They're stereotypes Dr. Kumar knows all too well. Born a Dalit, his grandparents were labourers and access to the village well was restricted. Dr. Kumar credits his parents' belief in the power of education with helping him realise his aspirations. He went on to join the Indian Police Service, attended Harvard University, and then began pursuing educational reforms back home.
I attribute whatever I am today, it's to my mother primarily. They educated me in the village, although there were no good schools. So then I stayed in social welfare hostels, the hostels which are managed by government for the poorest of the poor kids. I passed with reasonably good grades. Then I went to university and then I faced worst form of discrimination in the universities. Like there were, in those days I'm talking about, so the bathrooms and the toilets were exclusively meant for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. We used to fight discrimination on one hand and then again, try to excel in academics, day in and day out. So that's how I came to education, because I deeply believe that education is the only important weapon that can really, place the poorest of the poor people from a very victimhood orbit to a prosperous orbit. I think in future, this is going to be a game changer for the marginalized in this country.
If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park. And inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the garden city feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park. And a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planted terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. You have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore, if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage, and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one, and that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark. and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel?
One, you need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're gonna make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are gonna seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. One, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ad at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's the reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year, because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges. Or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, you know, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, you know, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, you know, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You know, you have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You gotta make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. You know, my first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, you know, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi, maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while. And I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the, like, profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So, don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。 当然你看了你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G, and it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice: nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference. It causes different psychology. And live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。不管是我们的这个用户的接受度，还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高，但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破的。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the year through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers. The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes, and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. The king will be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce, and he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情。可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
里面有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him that's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers also use sales techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things because you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. And they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top-tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows. And we see like P&G have their own sales room, which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers, and it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式，会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaqi's numbers or Via's numbers, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. there will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
You could imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
The sea is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland. But that hasn't stopped others from trying.
Companies are focused on testing projects out at sea, proving their durability, trying to raise capital and bring down cost. The sector hasn't really converged around one single technology design, and companies are kind of undecided about which design works best.
Finland-based AW Energy is a veteran in the sector. The first proof of concept of the company's device was made in the 90s after diver Rauno Koivusaari observed the strong back-and-forth movement of a hatch cover in a shipwreck in the Baltic Sea.
The waves are generated far from the coastline, so the wind blows on the surface of the water, causing the water particles to rotate, and that rotation extends deep down below the surface, and the waves can be very long. They can be several hundred meters long. And as they come into the near shore, this rotational energy turns into an elliptical energy, and eventually backwards and forwards, as you probably noticed if you've been swimming on the seashore in large waves, you're pulled in and out. That's the energy that we're extracting. But there's a sweet spot where we deploy, so around 10 to 15 meters of water depth. That's where there's still strong wave energy coming in.
After years of research, prototyping and testing, the company has deployed Wave Roller, a 350 kilowatt device in the waters off Portugal. Wave Roller has an 18-meter wide and 10-meter high steel panel fixed to the seabed via a floatable foundation. The panel moves back and forth with the waves, capturing the energy.
It's submerged in the depth of 15 meters, so it's protected from the extreme waves. We generate electricity by capturing the movement with hydraulic circuitry in a machine room underneath the surface. That hydraulic energy we turn to electricity with hydraulic accumulators and hydraulic motors, and also a generator.
The Wave Roller has survived large waves at sea for over a year and delivered electricity via an underwater cable to the grid in Portugal. Meanwhile, the company has won a €2.5 million grant to work on an upgraded version of the Wave Roller, aiming to increase the electricity generation capacity to 1 megawatt. The upscaled device would have a bigger panel, 2 power takeoff units, and improved software to control the energy production.
We have taken into use a wave prediction algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of waves are coming in to our device. That gives us few seconds to prepare for capturing more energy, and the difference in that is significant.
Our future plans are to deliver technology around the world. So I'm hoping we can be working on delivering technology to projects in Asia and also in the American continent as well.
Meanwhile, Israeli company Eco Wave Power is taking a different approach to capturing the power of the ocean. For the company's founder, Inna Braverman, developing new sources of renewable energy is a personal mission.
I was born in Ukraine in 1986, and 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, causing the largest in history nuclear disaster. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of such explosion. I had a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. Luckily, my mother, a nurse, approached my crib on time and gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which saved my life. I got a second chance in life and decided to do something good with it.
Growing up, Inna wanted to be a politician to positively change the world. After working as a translator at a renewable energy company, she decided to change paths.
Solar and wind energy were fully commercialized. There were a lot of amazing technologies implemented everywhere. I saw that wave energy, although it's an immense source of electricity, the biggest companies in the world are trying to develop wave energy with no success. And there was kind of a race going on in the world of who is the company that is going to develop a viable wave energy solution first.
In 2011, the then 24-year-old Inna co-founded Eco Wave Power. Instead of installing devices offshore, the company's devices are attached to existing breakwaters, jetties, and piers.
Our technology is very cost efficient, especially in comparison to the offshore technologies, because we don't need any ships, divers, underwater mooring, or cables. We install on existing man-made structures, and all our expensive equipment, the generator, the hydraulic conversion unit, the automation, is located on land just like a regular power station. This is the EcoWave Power conversion unit that has been operating in Jaffa Port since 2014 until 2020. Here you can see how the technology works. Basically, the floaters are going up and down and pushing the hydro cylinders, which transmit biodegradable fluid into land-located accumulators. A pressure is being built. The higher the waves, the higher the pressure, which is used to turn the hydro motor, which is turning the generators. The whole system is controlled by a smart automation system, which you can see right here. And in case of upcoming storms, the system automatically raises the floater above the water level and keeps them in the upward position until the storm passes.
The company has been operating a 100 kilowatt grid-connected device in Gibraltar since 2016, which is enough to power 100 households. Currently, Ina and her team are working on another 100 kilowatt project at the port of Jaffa in Tel Aviv.
The project will be also the first time in the history of Israel that wave energy will officially connect to the electrical grid. And our goal going forward is to expand it to all suitable breakwaters in the city of Tel Aviv and to supply a significant part of the city's electricity needs.
Today, engineers and entrepreneurs are still trying to crack wave energy. Globally, only a few hundred kilowatts of wave energy are deployed, compared with gigawatts of offshore wind. But the field has come a long way in recent years, and with the right engineering solutions, this new power source could eventually become competitive with more mature renewables like solar and wind.
I would have a lot more confidence in the successful wave energy companies today as opposed to like 20 years ago. But in the next few years, or maybe the next couple of decades, it will be more likely to be used in remote locations like islands that are otherwise dependent on expensive diesel power, or out at sea on gas decommissioning rigs, or for powering underwater autonomous vehicles.
So definitely, wave energy can compete with other renewable energy sources, but I personally believe that this is not a competition. In order to have a 100% renewable energy friendly world, we need all renewable energy sources to work together.
Who are all these people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you act from this side. I mean, it's corrupt. The system is...
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Pasi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared my wife. You scared my children. I worked in Nissan for 16 years.
So Rav Pasi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn, and he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Passy. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government, there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting, and he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way, it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo prosecutor's office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Passy was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
It's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian. Hello, Mr. Hadi. And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harry Narder was somebody who actually recruited me into the company, so I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harry Narder had a plea deal with the Tokyo prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harry Narder had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Pasi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point, we reported into him. You know, at the time, everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because me, members of my team, were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon. I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered, for me, the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos, of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board, and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the Goan Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up, and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who had spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama Court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which, again, I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? You know, this isn't a car company. This is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rav Pasi didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Hari Nada is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think, he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
This is the awful truth. There's always someone in the family that's pushing it.
This lady does not deserve to be taken advantage of, especially at your age with your own grandchild.
Yeah.
My grandma is having to sue them. I'm testifying against them. Nobody's talking. They're one floor below right now. I get afraid to go on the elevator. It's sad that it had to devolve to this.
It's like a soap opera to me.
It's a very sad thing.
It's a family feud. A family feud.
Here's a family that, on paper, you would think has the wealth that so many people seek, yet at the end of the day, it seemed to sort of rip everybody apart. My name's Tom Schoenberg. I'm a senior reporter here at Bloomberg News, cover financial enforcement. I was approached by someone close to the Schottenstein family and asked whether or not I would be interested in writing about Beverly Schottenstein and this case that she had against J.P. Morgan. And it was immediately clear that there was a great story here to be told. So I started just, assembling all sorts of documents that the family made available to me. That included a diary that Beverly had begun writing when she started having suspicions about what was actually going on with her money. Beverly obtained her wealth from the Schottenstein kind of retail empire that has at times included Big Lots, Value City, American Eagle Outfitters, DSW Shoes. Beverly's husband died, and at which point they sold off their portion of the company, bringing them an enormous amount of wealth at around 1990. Estimates of her wealth were around $90 million. She, for many years, had that pool of money being managed by outside advisors. Her grandsons in the late 2000s had both graduated and were becoming financial advisors. She gave them a little bit to work with, and over time, her grandson, Evan, became the trustee of her entire estate. Managing sort of family money is not a conflict. In fact, some ways in wealth management, it's kind of how you get your start. It's kind of the seed that you need to sort of get going in the business. But Beverly started having suspicions that something was wrong probably in around 2016.
Well, there were suspicious things, but taken separately without everyone talking about their own experiences, it was hard to really put it together.
She had written a check to her caretaker, Dawn, that bounced. So she went down to her local Chase branch to sort of find out what was going on. She wasn't getting paper statements in the mail, so she asked them to print out a number of her statements having to do with her checking account and her credit card account.
So we went to the bank and asked for the statements. And she got a whole year and going through all of them, page by page by page.
And it was there she saw all sorts of charges that she said she didn't authorize or didn't know about.
I was becoming very, very suspicious. I was starting to look in the money part, and that's what bothered me more when I saw that money was going, and I was not a big spender.
Around the same time, Dawn, she starts noticing Beverly's son, who lived in the condominium below her, came up with Evan with a shredder and started grabbing papers in her office area, including some with J.P. Morgan letterhead, and just started sitting at the kitchen table, just shredding documents over and over.
Yeah, they came in one morning.
They used to do it in the back.
Through the back door, and they brought the shredder inside. And then they went in the drawers in the office and took out all the papers, and they started doing it. I was very suspicious because I know you don't go around and destroying papers.
Beverly said that they had done this many times before.
That's when she said to me, Dawn, I'm going to write my feelings in this black book.
Diary.
And it's a diary, and she started writing. Each day, she would write a little at a time.
Around the holidays of 2018, a package had arrived, a FedEx package, and in it were materials about a venture capital fund based out of the Cayman Islands. Dawn and some other family members take a look at this, and they see that Beverly is signed up for this fund to the tune of $5 million over the course of several years.
And that was really the beginning of it. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg when it became obvious that something was going on, that my grandmother really wasn't aware of this fund.
Beverly started to panic. She got really upset and called, J.P. Morgan's headquarters in New York and asked for Jamie Dimon. She said she was told someone would call her back, but she says that never happened. She wrote a letter to Evan and Avi, and in there she laid out a number of things that were concerning her: unauthorized trading, the checking account. She had about $1 million worth of jewelry in a safe deposit box, and that her son Bobby had the key to that box, and that jewelry had gone missing. All this was kind of packaged in this 5-page handwritten amendment to a will and trust.
There's such an evolving narrative about why the jewelry was taken. The only truth we really know is that the jewelry is gone. But why it happened, there have been a lot of different stories.
You just don't take your mother's wonderful things and hand it out.
And they emailed that note to J.P. Morgan to seize all activity on her account.
And it ended up setting off a firestorm after that. As soon as they got this email that there was a cease and desist and that she wanted to send her money and change brokerage firms, they were actually vacationing one floor below downstairs. They're there right now.
The next day, Beverly's in her place, the granddaughter's still in her place visiting. Dawn is there, and up comes Bobby kind of barging through the door. And he's screaming about what was sent to the J.P. Morgan. They're now investigating now. And he's furious, takes his mother and sort of puts her into a chair, gets pen and paper, and she says physically forced her to write a retraction letter.
They were pushing me around.
It was a scary time. I was really afraid, too.
I had to take her to the doctor, and she did an x-ray because she was in so much pain.
The locks had to be changed. The phone number had to be changed. I really thought we were going to have to hire guards to be outside just for protection.
Oh, it was terrible.
Horrible scene.
Beverly brought her case before the Financial Industry Regulatory Authorities, usually known as FINRA. It took several months of hearings. She sees all sorts of transactions that's going on, hundreds of them that she claims that she never knew about, never authorized, but yet were logged in J.P. Morgan's files as having been direct requests from her. That included the sale of a large amount of Apple stock worth several $1 million, as well as all her stock in Big Lots. Over the course of their time with J.P. Morgan, Evan and Avi were making all sorts of trading on her account that was generating millions of dollars in commissions for themselves and the bank, yet she was not sort of getting any of the type of gains that you would expect sort of an $80 million account in a bullish market to be able to get. They issued a ruling entirely in her favor, finding that her grandsons, as well as J.P. Morgan, they were liable for violating their fiduciary duty, misrepresenting themselves, and they also found that the bank and her grandson, Evan, were liable for elder abuse. Evan and Avi, they were fired from J.P. Morgan. They issued an award of about $19 million. I reached out for comment, and J.P. Morgan emphasized that Evan and Avi were no longer with the firm and that their actions do not represent the sort of values of the bank. I reached out to Evan and Avi, heard back from their lawyer saying that, they disagree with the law and the facts that FINRA kind of used to decide the case against them and are seeing if they can have it withdrawn. Her son, Bobby, wrote her a letter, said his sons weren't criminals, and he also admits to taking her jewelry. And he says he needed it to pay off some bad business debts he had.
They never once came up to say, I'm sorry.
If there had been an apology and some acceptance, and asking for forgiveness from my grandmother, I don't think we'd be in the position that we are now.
Since the piece came out, we've received dozens of messages from people, many of whom are telling their own sort of personal tales of, kind of financial advisors gone bad, or family members who got control of an estate and abused, those within. Seems that it's really resonated with a lot of people. I keep, hearing a lot of feedback about Beverly and how, a lot of people feel she did the right thing.
You're never too old to stand up for yourself and try to right an injustice. She was adamant that she wanted to stand up for herself, but at the end of the day, they did wrong.
It's a painful life lesson. Beverly taught them that you don't mess with grandma.
On April 20th, oil markets did something they never had before, and they crashed, went into negative territory and closed the day at minus $40. Meanwhile, in a place called Thaden Boyce in Essex, a group of 9 traders, led by a guy called Cuddles, made $660 million over the course of a couple of hours.
The price of oil has collapsed to a record low.
We've never really seen anything like it.
WTI this morning down more than 35%.
People maybe wouldn't have been so surprised if the oil price had fallen to zero, but the oil price went to minus 38. It went far lower than anyone had expected. And so lots of people in the market were saying, well, hang on, something else is going on here.
A couple of months later, I started to get wind through a kind of network of sources that a tiny firm in the outskirts of London had made a huge amount of money that day and potentially had some part to play in what happened.
The information we got was that 9 traders at Vega Capital London had made in the region of $660 million in one day. As a group, I think they made as much money in one day as Apple makes from its international sales in one day. I mean, it's an insane sum of money.
Did they pull off a fantastic trade? Did they predict the way the market was moving and get it absolutely right? Or was there something else going on, and had they actually done something that breached market rules in a bid to sort of push the market? And that investigation is ongoing. So Paul Commins is a trader who cut his teeth in the pits in the 80s and 90s when everyone had a nickname. His was Cuddles. If you can imagine, that was a very sort of cutthroat type of world where people are doing, you know, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollar trades by shouting at each other, giving hand signals, and then sort of scrawling on scraps of paper.
The culture of the trading pits in London was very influenced by the working class guys who became traders there. They weren't like the city bankers that had gone before them. They weren't usually Oxford or Cambridge. You know, they didn't wear Savile Row suits. They were ordinary working guys who happened to have a talent for trading. And a lot of them came from Essex.
I think it was 400 traders in the pits, and Cuddles in his, you know, oil and gas pit was described to us as amongst the top 3. In amongst that, was very successful and made, you know, very large amounts of money as a young man. But, you know, inevitably, mechanization and the arrival of electronic markets was the kind of death knell for the pits. And in 2005, the IPE closed down.
And when the pits shut down, a lot of the traders who worked there lost their jobs or quit or went to work for financial institutions. But Paul Commins decided to start his own trading collective out in Essex.
Some of them are ex-pit guys, cut from the same cloth as him. Lots of them are actually sort of in their 20s, and they're his, you know, drinking buddy's son, or they're his own kids' friends from football. You know, they're young lads, hungry and ambitious, and he brings them into the fold. And fairly shortly, he's got, you know, maybe a dozen or so traders that they're independent, let's be clear, but they're all part of this collective.
Yeah, I'll let Liam deal with Essex.
I am from Essex, so I feel like I'm free to, you know, to get into this.
Sweet, as they say.
If you were to ask someone in Britain how they would imagine a kind of Essex person, they would see someone who's maybe slightly flamboyant, with a sort of Cockney accent, a sort of Guy Ritchie-style accent. You know, not afraid to splash the cash, but probably pretty bright and has done well for themselves.
Don't even make sense, does it?
But, you know, these guys, they drove around very nice Rolls Royces and Bentleys. They went to places like Marbella on holiday.
Thaden Boyce is a very wealthy place. You have to have considerable income to be able to afford to live in that village. It's a really nice place to live, and it's 20 minutes tube ride away from the city.
Earlier in the summer, we have this lead, which is that there's this tiny firm called Vega Capital London, and they were the biggest winners from the biggest oil crash in history. anyone that covers markets is going to be surprised about that. You're thinking your BPs of the world or your Glencores, but it's this tiny firm.
And one of the big challenges that we had was actually finding out who worked with Vega Capital. It wasn't immediately obvious, and at first we had absolutely no idea. If you go to the Vega Capital website, it says it's under construction. If you do basic online searching, it's very difficult to find anyone who's publicly connected to the company.
So inevitably, we're incredibly curious at this point. Like, who the hell are these people?
The more reporting we did, the more it became clear that this group were connected socially as well as professionally. They went to weddings together, they played golf together, they would go on holiday together. We found out that a number of them were members of the West Ham Supporters Club in London. A few of them started companies together, so you could see all the connections between them and start to see a distinct group emerging.
And it really just was this kind of shock that, this wasn't just like a hedge fund or a firm you'd never heard of. This was actually a group of buddies who all had the same experience on this day and had all made a huge amount of money. So if you're an oil trader, there's a number of different ways you can trade, and probably the most popular is WTI futures contracts.
And it's basically a contract that says, I'm going to buy 1,000 barrels of oil from you at this point in the future, or I'm going to sell 1,000 barrels of oil to you at this point in the future.
It's actually just a financial contract to gamble on to predict whether oil is going to go up or down.
On the 20th of April in Essex, there had been signals for a while that this was going to be an exceptional day in oil markets. And we know that some of them arose early and started their trading in the early hours of the morning while it was still dark outside.
Essentially what they were doing is buying contracts that gave them an obligation to buy oil at whatever the price ended up at 2:30 p.m. So they're basically placing a bet that oil was going to fall throughout the day.
But they're simultaneously selling lots of oil as well. And that whether they make a profit and how much profit they make is the difference between what they buy the oil for and what they sell the oil for. Now, of course, we now know throughout April 20th, the price dropped and dropped.
So this is going very well for them. They are committed to selling oil at these prices, and the prices are continuing to fall, which means they're going to be able to offset it and buy oil at cheaper at the end of the day. Now, once it gets to kind of 1:30, 2 p.m., that's when things start to get really interesting. Suddenly there's a kind of influx of buyers and sellers, as desperation increases in the market and trading volumes go up. Now at 2:08 p.m. exactly, something bizarre and unprecedented happened, which is that oil passes into negative territory.
And it fell to a record level of minus $38.
We've never seen anything like it, period, in terms of the contraction of the global economy.
That huge gulf between what they were buying the oil for and what they were selling it for enabled them to make more money than they ever thought possible.
So their profit was the difference between minus 37 and all of these positive numbers on every contract they sold.
The price of crude briefly hit minus $37 a barrel. For one group of traders operating from a small office, it was a very, very profitable day.
It's important to remember this had never happened before in the history of oil trading. No one could have predicted it.
I can't think of another example of where you enter a trade and you get paid on both sides. You get paid both to sell and to buy. It's unthinkable.
One thing we know about the Cuddles Trading Arcade is that they were very comfortable taking large risks. And, you have to be clear, this was a large risk.
Yeah, we spoke to oil traders, both people that know these guys and people that don't, and they all say that this is, incredibly risky.
And that's actually what stops a lot of oil traders doing trading like this. They simply aren't willing to stomach the risk. But Cuddles and his friends were.
So when the kind of final calculations came down, the group of the 9 most profitable traders made $660 million or thereabouts between them. I mean, if you can imagine, I think 3 or 4 of them made in excess of 100 million each.
One of the astonishing things about this trade is that 2 of the individuals who made more than $100 million in a single day were in their 20s. One of them was 22 years old. Only a few years earlier, he'd been posting on his social media about doing teenage stuff with his mates in town and going to see girls and rap music. And here he is a few years later making $100 million in a single day's trading. When me and Liam discovered that, we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Oil trading is a zero-sum game. Anytime you're making money as an oil trader, someone else is losing it.
Amongst the biggest losers were the investors in this Chinese fund, Crude Oil Treasure Fund. There were thousands of them, and they lost everything.
Lots of people had put their savings into oil funds. They lost money that day. Big banks and brokers who sort of stand in the middle of trading parties, they lost money that day.
And another interesting thing is that oil-producing countries like Kuwait or Canada, they sell oil as an average of the WTI closing price over the preceding month. So the fact that one of those numbers in that average was minus 37 meant, if you can imagine, countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait potentially lost a couple of dollars on every single barrel of oil they sold that month.
Vega Capital's traders made such an extraordinary sum of money that it was inevitable there would be some scrutiny of what they did. But it wasn't just the sums of money they made. In the vital half an hour before the settlement price was set, they were by far the biggest sellers of oil futures in the market, which is an incredible thing to think about when you consider that the other participants in that oil market are going to be the world's biggest banks, oil majors, BP and Shell, and here you have a group of 9 guys in Essex who are having this significant influence over a global market for oil.
I mean, I think you have to assume that if these guys had made $7 million or $10 million, they probably would be celebrating in Essex right now. But the fact that they made closer to $700 million has meant that they are facing understandable scrutiny.
We wrote individually to all the Vega traders who did exceptionally well that day, and we got a letter in response from a law firm representing the group. The law firm was at pains to point out, number one, that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, that they all traded independently and separately, and they'd basically all made up their own minds that this was what was going to happen in oil markets based on publicly available knowledge, and decided to execute this trade.
What I love about these stories is there's a real variance of opinion, and some people will look at what happened and think that must be dodgy. They all traded at the end of the day. They all made a huge amount of money while all these people lost. That's shocking. But lots of people say these guys are at acute disadvantage. They're in a market that's inhabited by, huge technology-driven funds and firms and oil giants that have got all the advantages in the world, and when you get a bunch of Essex geezers who essentially beat the market and find a way to make a huge amount of money, they should get a pat on the back, really, because that's the dream. Since this happened, a lot of the guys have stopped trading the monthly settlements that they'd done so well at in the past. Several of them have set up new companies. They've essentially gone very quiet. Any kind of social media presence they had has kind of closed down. By all accounts, they're, waiting this out.
It's certainly too early to try and predict how the regulatory investigations are going to pan out. We just don't know. There's a number of potential outcomes for these guys. Potential punishments if there are any findings of manipulation against Vega or anyone affiliated with it might be you could be fined, you could be banned from trading, and in the most extreme cases there have even been criminal prosecutions in the past of people who have been found to have been manipulating the settlement and misconduct related to trade at settlement. There are other outcomes too. One obvious one is going to be that they're able to walk away from this life-changing trade with all the money that they made and celebrated as heroes in the trading community. That they'll go down as legends.
It's very important, given the nature of the climate crisis right now, for the general public to have an understanding of what progress is or is not actually happening. And I think many readers right now, they'll see these hundreds and hundreds of companies making these big, bold climate claims. And they would be forgiven to think that, you know, we're well on our way to meeting the emission reduction trajectory we need to be on. And the reality of the matter is we're just not on that trajectory. And a key reason for this sort of disconnect is the use of offsets that aren't doing what they claim to be doing.
We have a massive potential for sort of willful blindness. We can convince ourselves of things regardless of what the facts are. And so that's what tends to happen in these cases. It's not that anybody is setting out to commit climate fraud. They sort of walk themselves into a situation and they convince themselves of one thing, and that allows them to convince themselves of another thing. But at the end of the day, they're doing something that makes no sense at all.
My name is Ben Elgin. I wrote the story about how the billion-dollar market for carbon offsets is setting back the fight against climate change. So one of the challenges in reporting on carbon offsets and trying to figure out what's going on is really finding good experts who have been steeped in this marketplace and are willing to candidly talk about it. One of the best people for this is a fellow named Mark Trexler, and I've been talking to him for more than a decade.
My name is Mark Trexler. I've worked in climate change for the last 30 years. I was actually hired by the World Resources Institute in Washington to work on the first carbon offset project in 1988. In terms of defining a carbon offset, one of the beauties, so to speak, of greenhouse gases, sort of the silver lining of greenhouse gases, when you put up a molecule of CO2 into the atmosphere, it can be anywhere in the planet in 7 days. And therefore, if there's an option to reduce emissions on the other side of the planet, and you can do that very cheaply as compared to doing it in your factory, for example, then why not pay that person, that factory on the other side of the planet to reduce their emissions? Then you are, in a sense, offsetting your emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't really see your emissions anymore.
So carbon offsets have been around for quite some time, and they were actually key with these international climate agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated the wealthiest countries reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
The treaty was signed on the 11th of December, 1997.
Decided. The business community in general saw carbon offsets as a huge opportunity to comply with whatever policies and measures might be coming down the pike on climate change much more cost effectively.
We've seen a huge surge in companies making big proclamations about how they're going carbon neutral or zeroing out all of their carbon emissions.
We're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero.
Unilever is committing to net zero emissions.
We can achieve a net zero emissions world.
We began looking at these corporate claims of dramatically reduced emissions, and we noticed so many of these companies were using carbon offsets to achieve these aims. And as we began to look at the carbon offset projects themselves, what we found is that the environmental benefits claimed by these companies are not actually what they seem to be. And as we sort of saw and spotted a number of these very aggressive carbon offset projects, which appeared to be generating inflated credits or bogus credits, we saw a number of them were associated with the Nature Conservancy. This surprised us. The Nature Conservancy is the world's biggest environmental group. They have about $1 billion a year in revenues, and they've been around for 7 decades. They've preserved about 125 million acres of land, and they've done so many good works over the years, and they've been very strong in terms of working with corporate partners. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach, a very pragmatic and pro-business approach. They will not go out and criticize a big polluter, but they're very happy to work with them. Some might say that, well, that's selling out, but others would say, and those at the Nature Conservancy would say, these companies have deep pockets. They can help fund important preservation work and we have absolutely no problem working with them on this stuff. So companies are very warm, and they've partnered with the Nature Conservancy for many years. And yeah, it definitely lends a sheen of credibility to these projects.
Here's 20 new reasons to visit Disney World this year.
If you look at, for instance, Disney, that's a sprawling company with theme parks and cruise lines that burn up diesel fuel. They have office buildings and television studios that consume electricity. So these companies are trying to make major reductions in their carbon footprints, but it's very difficult to change these fundamental ways their businesses operate. So Disney has been a big buyer of carbon offsets that are orchestrated by the Nature Conservancy. One of the projects that they buy from is called Pennsylvania Ridges. And that's a plot of land. Most of the land is actually about a 3-hour drive outside of Philadelphia. Interestingly, this land, 3,000 of these acres, was actually acquired by the Nature Conservancy in the late 1990s. This land was imminently threatened. There was a pending logging contract on this land. So they do what they have done so well for all of these years, which is they go out, they raise money from local philanthropists, and they go buy this land to protect it from developers and loggers. And at the time, according to an archived version of the Nature Conservancy's website, when they were proudly announcing this deal, they said, these threats have been abated because of this acquisition by the Nature Conservancy. So it's really interesting now, fast forward 2 decades to earlier this year when they put forward this carbon project. And if you look through it, this land is a key part of that carbon project. And what they're now saying is this land is now, once again, imminently threatened. 72% of the trees are going to be cut within 5 years. Now, this is just astounding because this land is owned by the Nature Conservancy. They do not clear-cut land that they've bought through philanthropic donations. So this scenario that they've put forward to get carbon revenues is not really plausible. And what that means is when you have Disney coming in and buying these credits, when it eventually lowers its carbon footprint because of these credits, well, that won't be a credible or truthful claim by Disney. So this is an organization that truly understands the threat of the issue of climate change and is wanting to do its part to address this. However, in this situation, it just appears their drive, which they've had for decades, to increase the amount of revenues that it can use for land preservation work. Nature Conservancy and many others see that the carbon credits as a pot of money that they can tap into to further their own benevolent aims. But unfortunately, what this has resulted in is claims of climate progress that just aren't really happening. So the Nature Conservancy defends vigorously these deals, and they and others will say, look, our projects are just following the rules that these registries set up. So some would also put some of the blame on the registries themselves because they're setting up the rules which allow these vapid projects to get up and sold. So we've reached out to all of the companies we mentioned in the story, including Disney. They didn't want to be interviewed for this story, but they all told us that, look, we have to rely on the experts out there, and those experts, they say, are these carbon registries that have been set up. Most of these Nature Conservancy deals are set up and sold on this exchange. It's called the American Carbon Registry. Now, it's the oldest of these registries that allow voluntary carbon credits to be sold. They've been around since 1996. What these offset registries do is they set up rules, and any carbon offset project has to follow those rules. But there's this tension that's always there. If the rules are too strict, then it's going to be very hard for carbon offset projects to get up and running. So there's this balance going on where the registries want rules that attract projects, but they don't want it to be so strict where it will disincentivize projects from getting listed.
One of the challenges with designing carbon offset systems is that there are normally two people at the table. You have buyers and you have sellers. And to some extent, you have policymakers, but you know, the buyers and the sellers are really the ones with the expertise, with the incentive to really participate hard, make a lot of things happen. And the challenge there is that both of them sort of want the same thing, or they're both happy with the same thing. They're happy with low-cost offsets and a lot of them, because that works for their business model. You end up, though, with nobody really representing the atmosphere, so to speak. Nobody's really representing the climate in those discussions. And so the policies end up biasing the whole system. And you end up in sort of a race to the bottom. And that's what we've seen happen. You know, when it comes specifically to the topic of carbon offsets, you know, I am a fan of carbon offsets in the sense that they can help mitigate climate change. They absolutely can. But, you know, if we're not going to do it correctly in a way that actually does help mitigate climate change, then it's nothing but a distraction. And, you know, after 30 years, you have to start wondering, is it really just a distraction? And that's really unfortunate, but that's where we are. Ultimately, what needs to happen is systemic change. You know, we're sort of nibbling around the edges with some of these different things. We need to change how we produce energy. We need to change how we transport ourselves. We need to change what and how we eat. You know, we need systemic change associated with transitioning to a low carbon economy. A lot of what we're doing today is not promoting systemic change. It's sort of trying to stick your thumb in the dike to preserve the current system. And at the end of the day, that can't really work.
The Hyperloop. There's a good chance you've heard the name by now.
This is the Hyperloop system. It can take people hundreds of miles in minutes.
The Hyperloop, a series of tubes that would transport people in pods at ultra-high speeds over long distances.
This is a remarkable new form of transportation that can whisk people from city to city in a flash.
29 minutes from New York to D.C., 30 minutes from L.A. to San Francisco.
For years, we've been seeing these futuristic, utopian renderings of some cross between a spaceship and a monorail. But lately, the Hyperloop is becoming much more real.
Yes! It was surreal to be even sitting inside a Hyperloop, and just even more incredible to actually be like riding down a track in something that was nothing more than a crazy idea 6 years before.
Companies all around the world have been developing and testing the technology needed to propel passengers at speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for many, speed is only the first step to unlocking the full transformational effects of a new mode of transportation.
Fast is what we just sort of take for granted in the Hyperloop world. It's the network effects that really deliver the benefit. And that opens up a completely different scale of economic opportunity.
planes, trains, automobiles, and boats for getting around Earth. But what if there was a fifth mode? And I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
The Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, yeah.
In 2013, while riding high on the growing success of Tesla and SpaceX, entrepreneur Elon Musk released a white paper outlining the basic framework of the technology he called Hyperloop. The basic idea goes a little something like this. A tube reduces the air pressure to a near vacuum-like environment. A Hyperloop pod is then suspended in the tube, usually by magnetic levitation. The whole pod can then be propelled forward. Because there's no traditional friction sources like air resistance or rolling friction that would push back against the pod, the Hyperloop is able to move at incredibly high speeds and do so fairly efficiently. Despite its futuristic name, however, the general concept behind Hyperloop is actually pretty old. In fact, New York City's first attempt at an underground public transit system in the 1870s was based on a similar principle. The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching one block and topping out at a rather leisurely 10 miles per hour. While Elon would make some 21st century improvements to this concept and bestow a very 21st century name, he wouldn't end up pursuing the technology itself, instead electing to focus his efforts on something a little bit deeper, literally digging the requisite tunnels via his boring company. It would take another billionaire industrialist who dabbles in spaceflight. No, wait, not that one. Yeah, that's the one. After Richard Branson would make a large investment in the company Hyperloop One, it would be renamed to Virgin Hyperloop.
What we've always been trying to do as a company is show that this technology could work, that it could be made safe, and that ultimately it's something that's happening in the next couple of years, not the next 20 years.
Josh Geigel is the co-founder and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. In a familiar tech startup story, he's seen the project go from a garage to a large-scale testing facility outside of Las Vegas.
So we started building the first kind of Hyperloop system in 2016. We've done a lot of work, about 500 tests that we've done on that over the last 5 years. And what we realized that we need to do is take that technology, show that it can be commercial, so drive the cost down, improve the efficiency, improve the performance. But the key thing is actually making it approachable and safe for individuals.
In order to do that, Josh, along with Virgin's head of passenger experience, Sarah Lucian, bravely volunteered to take the inaugural ride.
What her and I were realizing is we're the first two people sitting in a Hyperloop. The only type of people that have gone through this environment are in spacesuits, and there we are in just normal clothes because of the system, the safety of what we designed.
3, 2, 1, launch.
And then once we started going, you felt a bit of acceleration. We accelerated a little bit harder than we would in commercial, be like a sports car. Yes. We got up to about 108 miles an hour on that test. And it's a short run, it's about 500 yards or so, and came to a stop.
The test, lasting only about 20 seconds and covering only a quarter of a mile at just over 100 miles per hour, is a long way away from a true functioning Hyperloop. But as for optics, it's a crucial step for the future of funding.
The number one question we got from investors or from project proponents or just people in general was is a Hyperloop safe? And what better way to show something is safe than by actually getting people on it?
But convincing investors and governments that would likely be fronting some of the construction costs for an unproven technology is no easy task. First and foremost is the question of safety.
Most people don't know how an airplane works, but yet they get on an airplane. They get on an airplane because, it's faster than driving, and most importantly, they've probably gotten off of one before, they've seen someone get off of one before. And so what we set out to do was actually show that Hyperloop could be safe with two normal people, not astronauts, not adrenaline junkies or test pilots or anything like that. Two normal people getting on a Hyperloop, and then most importantly, those two people getting off.
But beyond safety concerns, constructing Hyperloops will undoubtedly require a significant capital investment to the estimated tune of around $60 million per kilometer of track. So a track from San Francisco to Los Angeles, for example, is likely to come with a price tag over $10 billion. And before large governments are willing to come in and front those costs, investors who are funding Hyperloop development must accept it as a long-term mixture of technology and infrastructure investing.
investors that are used to short returns because you're developing apps or something to that effect, those aren't the investors that really get excited about Hyperloop. What you start to see is the people that are looking at platform technologies, right? So this idea that because the smartphone existed, Uber could exist, right? So who are like the Vanderbilts of this century? And that's the part where you're going to get a lot more no's than yeses. But those people that have the ability, the fortitude to stick it out, to see the game-changing platform here, those are the people that we're looking for. And since we've done that passenger test, there has been a lot of interest that's really, oh, this is a lot sooner than I thought.
Envisioning the ripple effects of what Hyperloop could achieve, though, is fairly challenging at this stage of development. It's fast, yes, but for point-to-point travel, traditional maglev trains can move pretty fast as well. And outside of China, South Korea, and Japan, even those haven't seen much adoption elsewhere due to the high costs and questionable profitability. The Shanghai line in China, for example, loses around $100 million every year. Hyperloop companies, however, believe they can offer something different than traditional railway lines.
My name's Alan James, and as far as I know, I'm the only guy on the planet who's written a government-level business case for 300 kmh conventional high-speed rail, 500 kmh maglev, and 1,000 kmh Hyperloop. It's fundamentally about moving people from where they are to where they want to go, when they want to make those journeys, and doing it in much smaller numbers. So pod designs for Hyperloop range from 12 to 28 seats, typically. Why are they small? It's because small enables the network to operate flexibly. And a great example of that is the east-west strategic route across the north of England, from Liverpool to Manchester to Leeds. So to get from Liverpool via Manchester to Leeds by train is just short of 2 hours today. It'll probably take you 2 hours driving as well in average traffic conditions. Net result is those three city regions remain three separate entities: Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. There's very little commuting traffic between those urban areas. Hyperloop absolutely changes that from the ground up. Liverpool to Manchester is a 5 or 6 minute journey. Manchester to Leeds is also a 5 or 6 minute journey. What that effectively does is create a single super city economy.
In this vision, the Hyperloop acts a little more like a highway, where pods have fixed destinations and don't need to stop along the way. Meaning you can travel on a Hyperloop network from, say, Liverpool to Leeds, while the pod behind you travels from Liverpool to Manchester. And if that metro Hyperloop network is connected to other networks from the same location, you could travel from Liverpool to Paris or Liverpool to Amsterdam, all without making a single stop.
For passengers, for business, for leisure, that is utterly transformational. For high-value freight and logistics, it's equally transformational. But critically, if you do a Hyperloop network at scale, you begin to deliver massively significant carbon savings too.
A multi-regional Hyperloop network could become a replacement for both short-haul passenger and cargo flights and traditional ground transportation, both of which are significant carbon producers.
One Hyperloop-connected distribution hub, perhaps at an airport that is predominantly used for international air freight, replacing maybe 10, 12, 15 distributed road hubs. It takes a lot of polluting and inefficient truck haulage off the roads. That itself means roads gain extra capacity.
Hyperloops will still need to use electricity to both move pods and maintain the near-vacuum environment in the tube. Proponents of the technology believe that this can be done by using renewable sources, including a combination of solar panels and battery technology that could be used along the Hyperloop itself. But even with all multipliers of time and carbon emission savings that a Hyperloop network may provide, the investment capital required to actually build such a network becomes even more economically and politically daunting.
Committing doesn't mean spending billions on day one. Committing means, how do we phase it?
One company in the Netherlands is working to develop that technology, and perhaps more importantly, the international coalition needed to make the Hyperloop network a reality.
So we are here in Europe's first full-scale Hyperloop test facility, where we can already prove every conceptual technology of the Hyperloop.
This is Tim Houter, a co-founder and CEO of Hart Hyperloop, headquartered in the city of Delft. And while this testing tube might not seem as large as others, inside is a key technology to create the on- and off-ramp type infrastructure of a Hyperloop network. That is, a lane switch.
That's something we can already test here. You can actually see it here, that the track is diverging from one track into two. That makes it possible to eventually split up the Hyperloop track in two sections. And in that sense, you can create a complete Hyperloop network that in the end will make it possible to travel, for example, over a whole continent. Take Europe, for example, with the same ease as you can now travel with a metro in a city.
The nice thing about this magnetic levitation system that we've developed is that there's absolutely zero moving components in the track. So for example, if you have to do a lane switch, all you do is that the tube basically splits up, and statically the tracks also split up. And whenever the vehicle enters a switch, it either pulls itself to the right with its magnets, or it pulls itself to the left with its magnets.
Lane switching on traditional rail requires the physical movement of the rail. Even modern magnetic levitation tracks use lane switching techniques in order to transfer trains from one track to another.
And this is a very crucial element, because this is the thing that limits the capacity and, in the end, the usefulness of the rail network. Because the moment that a track is switching, that means that at that moment you are creating an unsafe environment for the trains behind it. So you need a lot of space between trains. But in a Hyperloop, because you have no moving components in the track, all the vehicles can be much closer to each other. You can achieve a very high frequency and basically have your vehicles moving and merging in and out of the network very much like a highway.
For now, though, Hart's physical testing has been limited by the size of their tube. Because the test track is only 30 meters long, they haven't tested this lane switch at speeds greater than 20 kilometers per hour. However, the company is working to build a new test site where it plans to increase that testing speed to 300 kilometers per hour.
We're now in a phase where we have proven most of the most important technologies in the test facilities that we already have. And we have also demonstrated the viability and the feasibility of a network. If you look at all the subsystems that it consists of, most of those are proven systems, already demonstrated in lab conditions. So we don't really believe that the technology itself is going to be the biggest challenge.
Because for all Hyperloop companies out there, actually building a Hyperloop system requires more than just a good product.
We're talking about the safety aspects, we're talking about integration into the environment, we're talking about the social aspects. Do people feel comfortable traveling in such a system? So it's about all these different aspects, and the complexity is really getting all the different stakeholders that are relevant and that do need to contribute to bring this to market, to get them all following the same roadmap.
order to help build this coalition of private and public interest in Hyperloop development, HART in 2018 partnered with other Hyperloop companies from Europe and Canada. The goal was to define, establish, and standardize the framework to regulate Hyperloop systems.
Right now we are working with all the Hyperloop developers together in setting up the first, let's say, structure for starting the standards drafting.
One of the most important goals for HART is interoperability, which is essentially making sure that different systems can communicate with each other.
Interoperability is so important because what we want to achieve is actually have this seamless travel experience. So you don't want to end up, for example, going from Madrid to Paris and then switching because you need to use a different technology to get, for example, to Amsterdam.
The idea being that as companies around Europe create the first commercial Hyperloop tracks between individual cities, one day those can all be connected to a larger network.
Everyone that believes that Hyperloop is a future transport system also realizes that there is a need to have this network because that's where Hyperloop thrives.
Hyperloop is such a huge project. It's definitely not something that you can do on your own or as a single company. So you need to do it with a lot of other companies. You need to have the governments. I think in that sense, the biggest challenge that we've encountered is to really get all the required parties together to take the steps in development and in commercial implementation.
HART's next plan is to build the European Hyperloop Center, an open testing facility which will include a 2.6-kilometer test track. And the company hopes to test travel speeds there at up to 700 kilometers per hour. Virgin Hyperloop is also racing to construct the first commercial Hyperloop route, with projects in various states of development in India, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Recently, the company announced plans to build a Hyperloop certification center in West Virginia, which will include a 6-mile-long test track. Proving the technology here will be crucial if Hyperloop networks can find a home among infrastructure investments that the Biden administration hopes to make.
The idea that there's multiple Hyperloop companies, I think, is a redeeming aspect in the business. People really want to see something happen, so having multiple people move forward is good for that.
I was struck when Josh and Sarah rode the pod. 2 or 3 of the major outlets used the phrase, "We now have a new mode of transport." And although all of that technology had existed before those 2 human beings rode it, it was the moment at which those 2 human beings traveled that short distance down the tube that in popular imagination, Hyperloop became a mode of transport.
The metaphor I use with my team is that, the Wright brothers were first, but none of us fly on Wright Brothers Airlines anymore. If you don't continue to innovate, you're not going to be around, and so we'll continue to be at the forefront of building Hyperloop.
Back in 2013, Elon had an idea. I think the difference now in 2021 is some brilliant engineers have spent real time grinding out the details. And I thoroughly expect the next 3 to 5 years to be decisive.
connection lost.
This week, how hydrogen can transform our energy usage. We'll look at why the universe's most abundant element could be a game changer in the climate revolution.
Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes.
From iron ore to green hydrogen, one of Australia's richest men tells us about his pivot to sustainable energy.
Let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable. Let's do it now.
Plus, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utilities firm Snam about his new book and how green hydrogen could be competitive within 5 years.
Costs are coming down and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors.
From Bloomberg's global headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. It's a new year, so here at Bloomberg Green, we're highlighting new solutions in the fight against climate change. And one of those is as old as the universe itself, hydrogen. It's the simplest element around, but could well be a game changer when it comes to turning around our dependence on fossil fuels. Today, hydrogen is used in the chemicals industry to produce petroleum products. It's also starting to be used in steel production, an industry under a lot of pressure to decarbonize. But it has far more uses as well, from powering cars to heating our homes. And Bloomberg New Energy Finance sees a seismic shift in the sector in the next 10 years as green hydrogen squeezes out dirtier alternatives. So-called gray hydrogen dominates today. But as renewable electricity gets cheaper and more accessible, so will green hydrogen. In this week's edition of Bloomberg Green, we'll explore what this push into hydrogen means for tackling climate change. We'll hear from Australian billionaire Twiggy Forrest about his pivot from iron ore to hydrogen, and we'll also speak with the CEO of Italian utility company Snam about his book, The Hydrogen Revolution. But first, what are we using hydrogen for? And why does it actually matter? Christine Lee Edwards explains.
Hydrogen, the most plentiful element in the universe. On Earth, we find it mostly bonded to oxygen in the form of water, or in other gases known as hydrocarbons. Hydrogen gas, H2, burns hot and clean, making it an attractive tool in the race to net zero. But isolating hydrogen from other elements is no easy task. Today, the cheapest way to do this is via chemical processes that break up natural gas. This releases a lot of carbon dioxide. Another method is to use electricity to split water molecules in a process called electrolysis. Although there is no carbon byproduct, a lot of electricity is needed. And if this power comes from burning coal or gas, it negates the zero emissions goals of using hydrogen to begin with. Hydrogen produced in this way, powered by fossil fuels, is called gray hydrogen. If carbon capture and storage is used together with fossil fuels, then it becomes blue hydrogen. If nuclear power is used, it's called pink. And finally, green hydrogen is when it's produced via electrolysis and powered from renewable sources. This method is considered emissions-free. It's predicted that by the early 2030s, H2 made from renewables will be cheaper than that made from fossil fuels. But that hinges on the cost of electrolysis declining, which will be achieved through larger projects and an expansion of manufacturing. To be clear, vast amounts of H2 are already used today. Global production in 2018 totaled 117 million metric tons. This hydrogen is mostly used for its chemical properties, not as a source of energy, and very little of it is clean. Some sectors like steel could start using hydrogen for these chemical properties, replacing coal. Industries like cement and glass may also use hydrogen as a source of heat. Another advantage is its energy storage potential. It can be stored over long periods of time and used when more power needs to be added to the grid. It also could hold an advantage over batteries in heavy transport and shipping. The promise of hydrogen for energy has been around since at least 1874, when Jules Verne wrote about it in his book, The Mysterious Island. But the future of hydrogen will depend on policy. Countries with net zero targets, carbon pricing, and hydrogen strategies with investment mechanisms are likely to see the highest H2 demand.
That was Bloomberg's Christine Lee Edwards explaining what hydrogen means for the energy transition. But how are businesses approaching the sector? Well, one of Australia's richest men is making a big play into hydrogen. Andrew Forrest, better known as Twiggy, made his fortune from iron ore, being the chairman, former CEO, and major shareholder in Fortescue Metals, one of the world's biggest miners. But after having made over $10 billion in profit from the metal in the last fiscal year, Twiggy wants to transform Fortescue into a clean energy company. He's been scouring the planet in search of investment opportunities in hydrogen and renewables. The firm plans to allocate up to 10% of its annual profits for green energy investments and is exploring projects across the globe, from Indonesia to Argentina. Francine Lacqua caught up with Twiggy Forrest.
There's only one type of clean hydrogen, all the rest is dirty.
Yeah.
That is green. If you just say green hydrogen is clean, the rest is dirty, then you've actually nailed it. And, you know, anyone else who produces any other rubbish, any other argument, just look them there and say, why is global warming accelerating if anything you're saying is true? And then you'll know, actually, it's greenwashing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of greenwashing because I keep on being told it's a transition. We can't just, make the transition at a click of a finger. So what are we doing wrong? What can we do better?
I don't remember the personal computer having to transition the typewriter. I really don't remember that. I don't remember the smartphone having to transition the pocket calculator and the old landline. You know, its transition line is complete rubbish. The lie got put to it 2 days ago when JCB, a really loved British company, every right for the country to be proud of JCB, and Fortescue, holding a bit of a similar reputation, fantastic track record, everyone's been super well from Fortescue, huge balance sheet, super strong. When those two companies got together and agreed a $79 billion US agreement per annum, right, then that's a real wake-up call to say, hang on, green hydrogen is obviously commercial now. You know, every other form of fossil fuel hydrogen, you know, it can compete with it on price, it can probably lose on price, but what we know, it is cooking the planet. And only green hydrogen, zero methane, zero carbon in the supply chain. Don't worry about the molecules in the supply chain.
But at the moment, we're not even phasing out coal, if you look at the G20 communique. So we have a long way to go to talk about only using green hydrogen.
Yeah, so look, I have a call, which I'd like to make now, that the world should not fund any more coal-fired power stations, coal mining projects, ever. We should wind them down as quickly as possible because they are cooking the planet just like grey and blue hydrogen is cooking the planet.
Yeah.
You know, hydrogen, which is not made from renewable electricity, is releasing 10 to 16 times more carbon, let alone the methane, which is worse, than it is hydrogen. So we've just got to stop doing things which are self-harming under the guise of greenwashing.
So why are leaders so slow? Even if you look at the appetite for ESG investments, they're growing exponentially, so are emissions. So where are we allocating capital?
Okay, so take the recent G20. There's probably a reason why there wasn't strong action coming out of the G20 because people were not aware that major transactions between large companies were taking place now on green hydrogen, that actually this pollution-free all the way through the supply chain fuel is now being transacted at multi-billion-dollar scale. If they'd known that, I don't believe any sovereign leader or any energy minister or climate change minister could not take ultra seriously that green hydrogen is now here to stay. It's broken through. History has been made. It will never go back.
Okay, what is the one thing that you would tell leaders today and business leaders? How do we transition faster than what we are now because we're at real risk of missing our targets?
Oh, so that's really simple. You stop funding, you stop subsidizing, you stop
using
money into fossil fuels. It could be carbon sequestration, it could be fuel rebates, it could be anything. Hundreds of billions of dollars getting ashed while we ash the planet on fossil fuel subsidies. Because we haven't had that renewable electricity, we haven't had that green hydrogen, it's kind of been pushed down. It's all sorts of excuses. Oh, it'll never be commercial, it'll never be supplied in the quantities we needed, blah, blah, blah. Now we know, let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable, let's do it now.
Okay, if we do it now, is there going to be a shock to the energy system? Is there going to be a shock actually to economically? And is it worth, not talking about transition, just going from A to B?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. A to B is the solution. Let fossil fuels do what fossil fuels do. Just burn their coal, burn their oil, burn the gas. At least they're pumping up carbon and methane into the atmosphere, honestly. Well, not that honest because they don't measure methane, which is 90 times worse than carbon. But at least the carbon is being done honestly. Encourage the green hydrogen sector to come in really fast. Okay, it's there. There's renewable power all over the world. We now know how to make electrolyzers much cheaper, like 25% of the original cost. We know how to do that now. We don't have an excuse to get into it.
Does it need to be cheaper than oil and fossil fuel for it to be viable worldwide?
Well, right now it is. Okay, so let's just swallow that bit of financial data. Right now it is cheaper, and it's getting more cheap. It's the only fuel which is declining in value.
You don't have enough of it, right, to power the world.
Yes. That's only because we haven't had policies to support it. If we had policies to support it 5-10 years ago, it would be everywhere. You'd see the global warming budget start to come down. Now, we've got 5 or 10 years to make a huge difference. I need policy leaders all over the world to appreciate now, okay, big business is transacting with green hydrogen in multi-billion-dollar agreements. We now know it's here and it's here to stay. Let's spread it everywhere.
Coming up on the program, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utility firm Snam about his new book and why he thinks green hydrogen will be competitive in just 5 years. Plus, how are airlines working to become more sustainable? We'll look at how Airbus plans to step up in the climate fight. This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lines, and this is Bloomberg Green. What will the world look like in 2050? Will global temperatures have stabilized, electric vehicles be abundant, and solar and wind power homes around the world? According to Marco Alvera, the CEO of Italian energy company Snam, that vision of the future could be a reality. And he says that hydrogen will pave its way. As he tells it in his new book, The Hydrogen Revolution, Alvera's moment of reckoning came in November 2018 when he tasked the Snam Scenarios team with studying how Europe could reduce its CO2 emissions to zero by 2050. Looking through the results of the study, Alvera said he was struck by how much hydrogen was in Europe's energy mix by that year. Beyond the abundance of hydrogen, the Snam model also predicted that it would be the cheapest form of decarbonized energy for many sectors, and that it could be cheaper than today's prices for oil, coal, and nuclear power. Our Maria Tadeo spoke with Alvera at COP26.
It's happening all very fast. We see the cost of hydrogen coming down a lot. Hydrogen will play a big role in the energy mix. I don't know if it's going to be 15 or 25% of a fully decarbonized energy system, but it's going to be big. Costs are coming down, and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors, the so-called hard-to-abate sectors.
And you say it's the only way and the costs are coming down. Where do you see prices moving? Because a lot of the reticence at times has to do with the pricing, that some argue, well, it's still not the cheapest option on the market.
So when I was first working in hydrogen in 2004, it was costing $1,000 per megawatt hour. 2010, $600. Today, $100, and we see it going down to $50 in 5 years' time, and to going down to $25 per megawatt hour in the next 10 years or so, which is a quarter of where it is today. That's really because renewable energy, and we're talking green hydrogen here, renewable energy costs are falling, but the cost of making the electrolyzer, which is the kit that you use to convert solar or wind energy and water into hydrogen, the cost of this kit is falling a lot because it doesn't really exist on an industrial scale. So as we build up capacity, we industrialize it, we standardize it, and we squeeze costs out. That's really the cost trajectory.
And for that, of course, you need demand, however, for governments and also institutions to kind of buy into this idea that it is the future and we want to invest and create the infrastructure. What are they telling you? When you speak to governments, when you speak to officials, are they keen on this?
They're very keen. So the Department of Energy shares our view in the States of getting to below $1 a kilo, which is $25 a megawatt hour. The European Union has a hydrogen strategy, which is very clear, and several member states have the same. Chile wants to export a lot of hydrogen. China's big on hydrogen. Australia's very big on hydrogen. Japan is blending already hydrogen. So I would say the world is now really focused on this because it's the only way to store energy for a long period of time economically is to convert it into either a liquid or a gas.
And of course, you talk about the price, but the other big component is the volume. You know, how big can you go? Where do you see that on a time scale?
So wherever it's sunny or windy, you can produce very cheap hydrogen eventually. And so compared to oil and gas, which are concentrated in few parts of the world, it's going to be very democratic from that point of view. So every sunny place, every desert, every ocean wind can be turned into hydrogen that we can put on ships, in pipes, and really start trading it around the world. So it's going to happen a lot faster than a lot of people think.
So, and when you say a lot faster, what is that in time?
As I said, $50, which is essentially oil parity within 5 years. And then, depending on how quickly we ramp it up after that, we could get to $25, which is coal parity before the end of the decade.
And in big scale.
In big scale, because once you get to coal parity, that's the only way we're going to get China and India to stop burning new coal. We have businesses in China and in India, and I see a lot of hydrogen development, a lot of renewable development in both countries. The India announcement was incredibly strong on 2030. Some people were upset about the 2017 net zero deadline, but when it comes to 30, he announced a big, big commitment to get to 50% renewables.
Were you surprised by it?
I was surprised that they would make it so explicit, and even the net zero is a big thing for them. And so I think it will happen faster than 2070 because of the falling cost of renewable and hydrogen. India's burning 80 gigawatt of oil, of diesel, to keep the lights on. So there's an immediate opportunity there, and we're very interested in working in that country.
And with regards to China, perhaps the fact that we haven't really seen them active, I guess the diplomats are working on this, but we haven't really seen the leadership.
It's going to be technology, it's going to be industry. I think China has committed to a net zero, which is very important. At the G20, China was clearly behind the 1.5 degrees. So I think a lot has been achieved between the G20 and COP, and I think what's really important is to see in the coming years how quick it's in our hands to make part of this happen in 5 years, or it could otherwise happen in 15, 20 years. It's about building the project. The capital is there. We saw how many trillions of dollars are already committed. What's missing is really the projects, and that's where companies like us step in.
Marco Alvera, CEO of SNAM there, speaking with our Maria Tadeo. Let's turn now to the aviation industry. It's a big contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's under pressure to change that. In October, the International Air Transport Association, a trade body representing airlines, approved a target of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. To achieve that, many airlines in the US and Europe are looking to buy sustainable aviation fuel made from renewable sources like used vegetable oil. Initiatives like these are pushing plane makers to come up with some radical new aircraft that will eventually cater to our growing appetite for travel without hurting the environment. We took a look at how Airbus, the world's #2 aircraft manufacturer, is stepping up to the challenge.
How long until we can fly emission-free? Airbus says it's more confident by the day it can be done by its 2035 target. Airbus's CEO spoke about its ambitions for hydrogen-powered planes at the company's summit in France.
The physics works. Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes. So every day we become more confident, but we think we need to have a plane, we need to have the right fuels, the hydrogen available in the right quantity at the right place at the right time, and we need the regulations to be ready. So we really need the work and the collaboration of many people around the globe to make it happen on time.
But it could be a long wait until green passenger jets go mainstream. Larger aircraft with more than 150 seats are not expected to feature globally until about 2050. That means manufacturers and airlines today are under growing pressure to ramp up short-term innovations to cut their carbon. In the long term, meeting the ambitious plans for so-called green hydrogen means building a giant industry almost from scratch. To make that happen, British airline EasyJet is among those saying governments need to get involved and fast. Aviation's emissions over the last 3 decades leading up to the pandemic grew by about 80% to over 1 gigaton, and that's projected to double by 2050. According to Bloomberg NEF, about half of the airlines with the largest global market share have set net zero targets by that same date, nearly 3 decades away.
Coming up, from blue sky projects to the bottom line. We'll speak with our Bloomberg NEF expert Meredith Annex and dig into their models about how hydrogen fits into the future energy mix. This is Bloomberg Green. Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. Now let's bring in Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist, to talk more about how hydrogen could change the energy landscape. So Meredith, what place do you think hydrogen is likely to have in the future energy mix globally?
Hydrogen's this incredible solution for us as we look to decarbonize because it's a perfect solution in areas that are hard to electrify. So where we like to think about hydrogen playing a role, it's in things like heavy industry, especially where you need a feedstock as well as energy source, and in things like dispatchable power, long-haul transport, maybe even shipping and aviation.
That sounds great that it can be used for such diverse industries. At the end of the day, though, how much is this going to cost?
Well, that's the amazing thing about hydrogen, because depending on how you make it, it can actually see significant cost declines in the future. So when we're talking about clean hydrogen, we usually mean green hydrogen produced from renewable electricity. And in that case, your hydrogen is almost as cheap as the renewables that are used to make it. So if you're in a place with really good renewable resources, you'll be able to have cheaper hydrogen. But even in places with less good resources, we think that hydrogen can be cheaper than $1 per kilogram, which is the price of unabated hydrogen today, and around $8 per million BTUs for those who prefer to think in energy units. And that can be achieved anywhere in the world by 2050, we believe.
All right, so let's talk about kind of the pros and cons list. I don't know where cost fits into that, but what are the advantages to hydrogen over other renewables, and then what are the drawbacks?
Yeah, main advantage is the fact that hydrogen can serve roles that electrons struggle with. And that's things like seasonal storage, for instance, or just anything where you need storability, where electrons are harder to store, hydrogen is going to be easier. That also leads to a downside, though, because hydrogen is less energy dense than the usual things that we use for storable energy today, like coal or oil or natural gas. So you will need more volume of storage to handle the same amount of energy.
Let's talk about the viability as well and how it may differ in different geographies. What is your view on that?
Yeah, so for green hydrogen, again, from renewable electricity, really places with the best renewable resources, things like Latin America or the Middle East, even Southern Europe, have really, really good potential for producing hydrogen. And then when you're looking at blue hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas or coal with carbon capture and storage, we do see that becoming more expensive than green hydrogen in the future, especially as renewable electricity costs come down. But that can be a viable option in places like the US Gulf Coast or Russia, where you've got good geological storage for the carbon, as well as ample natural gas that's quite cheap.
All right, great breakdown. Thank you so much to our Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist. And of course, you can get more from the Bloomberg NEF team on the terminal and online. And they've recently done a podcast called Hydrogen 101 as part of its Switched On series. So from iron ore titans pivoting to cleaner energy to talk of a hydrogen revolution, that's it from this week's edition of Bloomberg Green. We'll be back next week with a deep dive into the state of electric vehicles. And you can keep the conversation going by following us on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter @Climate. I'm Kaylee Lyons from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, and this is Bloomberg Green.
is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Good afternoon to our worldwide audience on radio and watching us on YouTube and Bloomberg Quick Take. It is Jobs Day this Friday, November 4th, 2022. Katie, did you know it was Jobs Day?
I did. Yeah, I heard about that.
Okay.
Pretty
That voice
good,
you
right?
hear, that voice you hear is Katie Greifeld. She's in once again for Carol Masser, who's out on assignment. Katie, of course, is the anchor of ETF IQ on Bloomberg TV and also Bloomberg News senior markets reporter. Well, that blowout jobs number at 261,000, handily surpassing most economists' expectations. Stocks whipsawing after that report. We're going all in with our Bloomberg reporters and the SVP of the staffing firm Adecco. And in the magazine this week, the U.S. and China go from growing the pie to fighting over slices. And closer to home, how Georgia, a once deeply red state, went big when it came to green jobs. We're going to round out the program today with the founder of Grubhub. Mike Evans is joining us. He's got a new book out. It's called Hangry, A Startup Journey. First up, let's get on over to Charlie Pellet for a check on the trading day. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, and happy Friday to everyone. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red right now, but just 2 seconds ago, the Dow was higher. Been that kind of a day. Whipsawing right now. The Dow is down 13 points, drop there of less than 0.1%. The S&P 500 index on the minus side as well, down 5 right now. That is a drop of about 0.1%. NASDAQ lower by 63 points, down 0.6%. NASDAQ 100 index down by about 0.4%. Apple shares, they're lower now by 2.7%. 10-year yield, 4.16%. We've got the 2-year yield, 4.66%. Look at the move today in gold. The precious metal up 2.8%, rallying $45 the ounce to $16.74. West Texas Intermediate crude oil, also part of a commodity rally. WTI up 4.3%, $91.94 for West Texas Intermediate crude. Traders continue to weigh mixed job numbers. They're also awaiting next week's inflation data for more clues as to when the Federal Reserve will be able to slow down its pace of rate increases. Nisha Patel is fixed income portfolio manager at Parametric Portfolio Associates.
Next week's CPI print is going to be a really important one. But let's face it, I think today's jobs figure isn't something necessarily the Fed wanted to see, right? I think there was a little bit of hope, although, unfortunately, to see unemployment rate higher, that the labor market, kind of the strength of it was starting to ease off.
After earnings, DraftKings shares are plunging 27.1%. The sports betting company saw its user growth slow in the third quarter. DoorDash, after earnings, up now by 2.6%. And Starbucks last night reported earnings. Shares of Starbucks perking higher today by 7.4%. Recapping a mixed Friday here. The Dow higher by 8. S&P down 2 points. 10-year yield 4.16%. Cannot ignore the 2-year 4.66%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Let's get to the Market Drivers Report. And with us right now in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio, we got Kriti Gupta, anchor and markets correspondent for Bloomberg. Also joining us, we got Reed Pickert. She's U.S. economy reporter for Bloomberg News. She's joining us via Zoom from Washington, D.C. So if you are watching us right now on YouTube or on Bloomberg.com, you can see all of us this afternoon. Kriti, I want to start with you because kind of a puzzling trade going on. At first, stocks were higher, and now they have moved lower.
It's interesting. I feel like the narrative perhaps shifted midday, and you would have thought it would have shifted at about 8:30 a.m. this morning with the jobs report, of course, coming in hotter, 261,000 relative to, I believe, a 193,000.
By the way, the S&P is exactly flat. Sorry, I just want to say.
I know. It was like, why even bother showing up to work?
There's some poetic justice there, right?
But this is what I mean.
You were saying, Kriti.
There was a narrative shift. If you just let me speak.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Jesus. We started off with this idea of what kind of pricing in a higher terminal rate. Remember, we have had that narrative going in post Powell on Thursday as well. But if you actually look at some of the pricing here, nothing has really changed that much. We were talking about a 5% terminal rate. The highest that you saw on Fed swaps pricing was 5.1 or 5.25%. That's not a massive change, enough to change the dynamic that's in the stock market. And one of the bull cases for the stock market is that the terminal rate is going to stall out, and that is as high as the Fed is going to go. Once that's priced in, there's no reason for the stock market to continue selling off because, once again, it's been priced in. Then you have this dollar move, which I think is the real catalyst of the turnaround that you saw, I want to say, at around 11 a.m., where you had the S&P 500 make a complete flip, because the Bloomberg Dollar Index, if you look, is actually having its weakest day going all the way back to March of 2020. And it's something that's been powering the commodities market from the beginning of the trading session overnight. What it wasn't doing is necessarily showing up in the dollar. Now you're seeing the S&P 500, it feels like getting more of its cue from the Fed swaps pricing, whereas the dollar is still moving the commodity market. That's a lot of information to say. The market doesn't quite have one single narrative. There's so many factors at play right now. But I would say the biggest move to be conscious of is this dollar move.
Okay, let's rewind though. We're looking at the S&P 500, that's exactly flat. But let's go back to 8:30 a.m. this morning, Reed. When I look at the Bloomberg News story describing the numbers we got for October payrolls, the lead sentence is that tiny cracks are beginning to emerge in the U.S. labor market's resilience. Reed, I thought this was a super hot print.
It is, but when we think about the jobs report, you have to remember that there's two surveys beneath it. And today was a good reminder that sometimes those surveys don't point in the same direction. So on one side, you had the survey of businesses, which is what informs that payrolls print. And you saw that really strong, 260,000 print come in on that side, and that was broad-based. It was stronger than folks were expecting. And then on the flip side, you had the household survey, which is what informs things such as the unemployment rate, the participation rate, and those wage numbers. And from that survey, you saw a bit more weakness in terms of seeing the unemployment rate rise more than folks were expecting, and then seeing wages continue to keep rising. And like a lot of things, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. But I think when you put the whole thing together, it paints this picture of an economy and a labor market. Well, a labor market that's just proven to be resilient. It's still really strong. And though it's showing some hints of softening, it certainly has a long way to go before the type of coming into balance that Federal Reserve officials are hoping to see.
If you're Jay Powell, Reed Pickert, and you see a print like this, what are you thinking?
I think they're still thinking that the labor market is too hot. I mean, when you see a wage number come in, so on a year-over-year basis, wages decelerated a little bit, but on a month-over-month basis, that wage print came in strong yet again. And that adds to several other prints that we've gotten in recent weeks where it shows that wage growth, while showing some signs of deceleration in some pockets, is still really strong. And from the Fed's perspective, that means that you still have, something like that putting upward pressure on inflation.
I love the question to if you were Jerome Powell, what would you do?
Why?
If I were Jerome Powell, I would retire. I'd sing off into the sunset. But Kriti, I'm already thinking about next week. There is a lot going on this week. There's somehow arguably as much happening next week. What is the biggest catalyst when you boil it all down?
Well, you're just going to make me say that next economic data point,
big time. Let's go.
Tim has already shamed me for.
I teed you up.
Well, come on. Look, it's a CPI report. No surprise there. But I think it's more of going to be a question of, do we continue to see the margin of deceleration we need to? The problem with the last couple of CPI reports is that they've actually missed the economist estimates, which were getting lower and lower to begin with. So the bar kept getting lower, and even then the data was missing the bar, and I think that's something that certainly hurt the markets quite a bit. There's also already some commentary, some Fed speak in here. I'm just looking at some comments made earlier this morning that could perhaps be responsible for the equity turnaround, coming from Boston Fed President Susan Collins, saying that it might just make a lot of sense to shift to smaller rate hikes. I wonder how many of people in that camp kind of eat their words if they see a CPI number that just isn't coming down fast enough.
All right. Well, that's the question. I mean, we're going to get that inflation data, and the Fed has its work cut out for it.
We also have midterms.
Oh, those things?
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to Arizona.
Not for midterms.
Not for midterms, but it would be a good place if I were not going on vacation and
You're
going for
probably just going to
reporting.
go look at some rocks or something.
I am. I'm going to touch some grass. And,
yeah, big time.
Yeah, do some hiking. Big thank you to Reed Pickert, U.S. economy reporter for Bloomberg News, joining us via Zoom from Washington. Also, Kriti Gupta, anchor and markets correspondent for Bloomberg. She's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. Standing by in Washington, D.C., we've got Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is hailing today's jobs report showing an increase in U.S. employment, but he does acknowledge inflation is his top economic challenge. Voters see it as a top concern as well. Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont tells Bloomberg he believes Democrats need to paint with a broad brush.
I think anything that gives people confidence you're dealing with your long-term issues, just not the short-term, makes a difference. It's a sense of direction.
Lamont says he's hammering home to Connecticut residents the benefits that the Biden administration is bringing to his state by way of the infrastructure law. Former President Trump is apparently looking ahead to the election in 2024 and does plan to run. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern has more on the latest reports.
New reporting from Axios that says that his inner circle, the former president's inner circle, is eyeing a November 14th potentially launch date for that 2024 presidential bid. And also with a nod to this, yesterday we heard from Kellyanne Conway saying she thinks the president would announce this soon after the midterm elections.
Again, Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern. Kyrie Irving, the point guard for the Brooklyn Nets, is apologizing after being suspended for failing to, quote, disavow anti-Semitism. Irving will sit out 5 games without pay. On Instagram, Irving said, quote, to all Jewish families and communities that are hurt and affected by my post, I am deeply sorry to have caused you pain, and I apologize. Well, it looks like climate change will bring more rainbows to the world. A new study by researchers at the University of Hawaii predicts the world will see 5% more rainbows by the year 2100. The largest increase will be in the northern latitudes and higher elevations. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Thank you so much for that update, Nancy Lyons. Tim Stenovic and Katie Greifeld, we are live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio on this Jobs Day. Katie, this is a really interesting story. We've alluded to, well, we talked a little bit about this earlier this week, but you can actually go now to different sites of companies that have jobs posted and see salary ranges if you're in New York for positions that are in New York.
Have you done that
I have,
on
yeah.
Bloomberg's website?
I have. I've checked.
Connection
You
law.
can do that on Bloomberg's website. Have you?
Of course.
Okay.
It was like a game we played over at the desks.
Tuesday when this
Yeah,
when this
pretty
became a
much.
law. Okay, I'm
It
glad
is
I wasn't the only one.
interesting to see how big employers can make the salary range. Bloomberg News looked at 400 open roles and looked at, in some cases, the range spans more than $100,000, which is really amusing. A field operations manager at Verizon, for example, in Brooklyn could earn $92,000 to $171,000, somewhere in between there.
For a New York City-based compliance director at Wells Fargo, the range spans $173,300 to $359,000, a difference of over $180,000. At IBM, the potential salary for a tech engineer runs from $73K to $152,000, more than double. This according to postings on company websites and the job site Indeed.com.
The reason we're talking about this is, of course, all due to a new law. It does require companies with 4 or more employees to produce a, quote, good faith salary range for jobs in the city of 8.5 million people. New York City defines good faith only as what the employer, quote, honestly believes they are willing to pay a successful applicant. So really testing the limits, pushing the boundaries there.
How much do you make?
It's so funny. I actually ask you that probably once a week. You
I know,
haven't
that's
told
why,
me yet.
That's why I asked you.
I'm going to catch you off guard one day, and you're going to tell me. Yeah, right. And then I can rest.
Do you think this is going to take off in other states?
I hope so. This is so amusing.
It is kind of fun to go look at the sites and see, the ranges.
It's something to do.
I also wonder if it's going to create headaches for recruiters and for people who are, paid a wide range. We'll have to
big
wait and
time.
see. Yeah, it certainly is. Check out this story and more on the Bloomberg Terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Choppy session. In the end, it is a down day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. Got to keep in mind it's a jobs Friday and lots of reactions to this morning's number. At one point, we had the S&P 500 index up by 2%. Right now, we are looking at a loss of just about 0.1% as traders weigh mixed jobs numbers. They're also awaiting next week's inflation data for more clues as to when the Fed will be able to slow its pace of rate increases. The Dow swinging between gains and losses. Right now, it is down 3 points, little change there. NASDAQ lower by 48, drop there of 0.5%. The 10-year yield, 4.16%, with the 2-year yielding 4.66%. Spot gold up $44 the ounce, up 2.7%, $16.74 right now on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude is up 4.3%, $93.02 a barrel. We're keeping an eye on shares of Carvana. That stock now plunging by 40%, down to the lowest in more than 5 years after a Morgan Stanley analyst pulled his rating on the auto retailer after earnings and said the stock could be worth as little as $1. Right now, Carvana is at $8.65, again down 40%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, we've been talking about it all day. Payrolls increasing by a higher than expected 261,000 last month. That beat almost every estimate in the Bloomberg survey of economists. The figure compares with an upwardly revised 315,000 for September. So it turns out the Fed still has quite a bit of work to do. Let's now turn to Amy Glazer, Senior Vice President at the staffing firm Adecco. It's one of the biggest staffing firms in the entire world. So Amy and the crew at Adecco have a great idea of what's happening not just here in the U.S., but globally, too. She joins us this afternoon on via Zoom from Florida. So if you are watching us on YouTube or streaming us on Bloomberg.com, you can see the interview there. Amy, good to have you with us this afternoon. This number surprised a lot of people on the upside. Did it surprise you?
Hi, great to be here, Tim. Thanks so much. Frankly, it didn't surprise me. It mirrors what we're seeing on the field and on the ground. Demand is still hot. It's still a candidate-driven market, and there's still almost 2 jobs for every job seeker.
And so, Amy, it's interesting to hear you say that and to square that with sort of the corporate news that we've gotten this week when you think about Amazon, for example, news that they're going to pause adding new corporate workers. We heard some similar things from Apple. Twitter is its own special story, but laying off half of its workforce, I believe.
Yeah, Twitter laying off half.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So when do we start to see that come into these big headline figures? And when have you seen any indication of that in your work at Adecco?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Right now, although there are a lot of announcements with a lot of big names, we're really not seeing that demand shift, whether it's being picked up by some small and medium-sized companies from some different sectors. We're seeing puts and takes right now in the market. So I think we'll continue to watch. I don't have a crystal ball, but frankly, I don't anticipate a great deal of change throughout the remember of the year.
That's
seasonal hiring.
This is really remarkable, Amy, because, and I want to follow up on Katie's great question about Twitter, because I was actually, before the jobs report came out, I had this like really nerdy group of friends, and we text about this type of stuff, and we were talking about the layoffs at Twitter. And he was saying that he feels bad for all the people who've been laid off from Twitter because it's a really tough job market right now. And I pushed back and I said, look, everybody we talk to says that for tech workers specifically, because every company is pretty much a tech company right now, it is not that difficult for people with those engineering backgrounds to go out and find another job. Is that true?
That's absolutely the case right now, Tim. We're seeing the opportunities still exist, and really it's actually creating a cool opportunity where folks in the driver's seat can really drive their own destiny and decide what their future work looks like, whether it be the company, the flexibility of hours they're looking for. So I still continue to see those candidates, driving what's going to happen in the future.
Let me just say that my group chats don't look like Tim's. We were not discussing the labor market, but that's really cool, Tim.
Thank you.
But
I'm cool.
Amy, a narrative that I hear specifically when we talk about these tech sector layoffs is that, oh, well, these companies way overstaffed over the past 2.5 years during the pandemic. Is that a theory that holds water with you?
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think, it's really more of a right sizing in a market that has been so white hot over the last 2 years.
Interesting. Okay, so here's the thing, and I kind of posed this question to Reed Pickard a little earlier about Jay Powell. This just means the Fed has so much more work to do because for the months, the Fed chair has been talking about an overheated labor market, and we're still continuing to see that. So I know you're not focused on the Fed, you're focused on employment, but does it show you that the Fed has a long way to go in order to, try to attempt this soft landing to bring inflation under control? Because if people can get jobs so easily at this point, then that could lead to higher wages and that could lead to higher inflation.
Right. It's interesting. We just released our Global Workforce of the Future report. We surveyed U.S. workers, global workers, and we found that wages, although they're increasing, are still a concern to candidates. And in fact, our data showed us that 2/3 of the U.S. workers don't feel like any wage gains have been enough to heat and eat this winter. So as a result, 51% of U.S. workers right now are actually saying they're open to a second job. So I think we'll continue to see some interesting trends and some folks looking to pick up additional work to kind of offset it. So I think we do have a ways to go there.
Looking to pick up additional work, I think that leads nicely into a question about what could we expect to see this holiday season? When a lot of, especially retailers, try to staff up for some temporary roles. Do you expect the same sort of seasonal swing there?
Absolutely, and we're in the throes of it right now. In fact, we've got a national roadshow with a lot of job mobiles out on the streets in these communities that are hiring seasonally, really going to where the candidates reside to make it easy for them to apply. We're still seeing considerable demand. One unique aspect we're seeing a little bit is the shift in retail from the e-commerce world to the brick and mortar stores and pop-up shops. So seasonal hiring, although still strong, looks a little bit different this year. It may not be quite as heavy in the warehouse sector as it is in some of those in-person shopping experiences.
I mean, that comes as no surprise, Amy, given what Amazon said about the holiday quarter being its slowest growth that it's ever seen at this point. So, yeah. Hey, Amy, it's always good to check in with you. Really appreciate you taking the time and joining us on Bloomberg Business Week, especially on Jobs Day. Amy Glazer is Senior Vice President at the staffing firm Adecco. It's a worldwide staffing firm, among the biggest in the world. She joined us this afternoon via Zoom from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. Check them out at Adecco USA on Twitter. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stanovic and Katie Greifeld, and we're just getting started.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenevik and Katie Greifeld. We're live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. And Katie, we got a pretty good guest coming up.
I'm so excited. I'm actually going to interview you about the newsletter that I wrote last night.
False.
Yeah.
You wrote the newsletter, so I will be asking the questions.
No,
All right.
I hope you studied.
We'll see. We might have to get Charlie Pellet in here to make sure we don't fight too much. Let's get on over to Charlie Pellet, though, because he's got an update when it comes to the market.
Indeed.
Charlie, we got less than 90 minutes to go.
Indeed, and I'm looking at a turnaround here, Tim, with the Dow up 84 points right now, up by about 0.3%. No fighting, guys. It's a Friday. We have got the S&P up 9 right now, higher by 0.3%. NASDAQ, though, on the minus side, down 11 right now. Stocks fluctuating. Traders are weighing mixed job numbers as they await next week's inflation data for more clues as to whether the Fed will be able to slow down its pace of rate hikes. Nadia Lovell is senior strategist at UBS Financial Services.
We've lowered our outlook for the S&P 500 to 3,700 for June of 2023. You know, there's risks to the downside. We see an earnings recession. I think it's just really difficult to be bullish in this market when you have a Fed that is laser focused on burning growth to suffocate inflation.
And right now we have got the 10-year yielding 4.16% with the 2-year 4.66%. Spot gold up $48, higher by 3% right now. Gold is at $16.77 the ounce. And a big move higher today in crude. West Texas Intermediate now rallying 5.1% with a 92 handle, 92.68 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, 98.63, up by 4.2%. Growth of U.S. oil supply in 2023 will be limited by labor shortages, high equipment costs, and supply chain constraints. This according to EOG Resources Chief Executive Officer Ezra Yakov. Right now, we've got EOG shares up by 2.9%. Among some of the other big oil names today, PXD, Pioneer Natural, up by 0.1%. ExxonMobil up 0.9%. BP, its ADR is up 2.5%. And Chevron up now by 0.7%. Recapping, the Dow now up by 102, up 0.3. S&P up 0.3. NASDAQ lower by 4, down less than 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. Let the fighting begin. That's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Really appreciate it. Okay, we'll try to keep things civil in here. But I'm very pleased to be joined right now by Katie Greifeld. She is my partner in crime when it comes to our crypto show, Crypto IRL. Got a new episode airing tonight at 8:30 p.m. on Bloomberg TV.
This is about the spiritual opposite of crypto, though.
It is. We're talking about fixed income. Katie's also Bloomberg News senior markets reporter as well, and she writes the Weekly Fix. It is a great newsletter, and everybody should sign up for it. This one, Katie, is called "The Fed Isn't the World's Central Bank Anymore." Why?
I'm obsessed with this theme.
Why?
So some context, BMO Capital Markets has a fantastic podcast. I mean, it's no Bloomberg Business Week. Let me be clear, but it's really great. It's on the bond market every week. Its hosts are Ian Lingen and Ben Jeffrey. They're strategists at BMO. And for the past few weeks, few months, they've been talking about this idea that basically the Fed isn't the world's de facto central bank anymore, because that's kind of the role that they've occupied since the global financial crisis, really focusing on global growth, keeping the rest of the globe in mind when making policy in the U.S. But it feels like they've obviously stepped away not really during the pandemic. I mean, there was so much in concert central bank action in the immediate response to the pandemic. But now as U.S. inflation really boils over, it feels like the U.S. is just focused on the U.S. The Fed is just concerned about what is happening in the U.S. economy. And we got actually a really clear signal from Jerome Powell to that effect on Wednesday. There was a report, or a question rather, from a Reuters reporter who asked...
Howard Schneider, right?
Howard Schneider, yeah. I thought this was a great point. He asked, is there an importance or a weight given to a need to signal this possibility of a dial back, that is, given all the concerns around the globe about Fed policy sort of driving ahead and everybody else dealing with their own stress as a result? And Powell answered, and this was very telling, that I don't think we've over-tightened. I think it's very difficult to make a case that our current level is too tight, given that inflation still runs well above the federal funds rate. So if you were looking for a clear answer that the Fed is only thinking about the U.S., I think we got it.
Interesting. Okay, so what about when it comes to the relationship between CPI, not PCE, but CPI, and the Fed funds rate? Because there's a great chart in here. It says, mind the gap, CPI still riding well above the Fed funds rate. It shows the spread as of last month, as well as US CPI year over year and the effective federal funds rate. And this chart goes all the way back to the 1970s, Katie.
It does,
and
yeah.
It's not looking good right now.
It's not looking good. So I'm sure the Fed's model is actually beautiful and makes a lot of sense.
We're talking PCE here or CPI?
Perhaps. I mean, I think you're being a little cute. I don't think at this point with inflation with an 8 handle that we can really split hairs. Okay. But in any case, I'm sure that their model does use PCE because to your point, it's the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. I've read that a few different times. But in any case, I decided to just throw together a crude little chart of CPI on an annualized basis versus the federal funds rate. And the gap between the two, CPI is the most above the federal funds rate, how high interest rates are right now, ever, going back to the 70s, to your point. So it's just a measure that basically the Fed needs to keep hiking here because these lines are going to come together one of two ways. Either the federal funds rate is going to go up because the Fed is going to hike into oblivion, or inflation is going to fall. Obviously, it's going to be a combination of both, but that's how it has to happen.
There is this lag, though, and you don't write about this specifically in this piece, but I know you've written about it in the past, Katie, and the idea that it takes a while for this to start showing up when it comes to those prices. The Fed chair was asked about that several times on Wednesday. So, I mean, we could start to be, I don't know, it's hard to say that after the jobs numbers today, but we should essentially, you know, if economic theory is correct, we should start to see that soon.
Well, it gets back to just the cold truth that the Fed's tools are blunt, and Powell did acknowledge that there are lags to monetary policy. That was one of the first things in the statement that came out at 2 p.m. on Wednesday, and that's why the market partied for about 30 minutes until he started speaking, because when you see the Fed policy statement start talking about the lagged effect of interest rate hikes, traders took that to mean, okay, they're worried about the cumulative tightening that's already in the economy right now. Maybe we're not seeing it yet, but maybe we're going to see it, and there's a risk of over-tightening. That obviously wasn't the case.
Okay, we don't have much time left, but I want you to just briefly talk about what you saw when it came to flows this week.
When I looked at the flows this week, it was interesting. You saw money come out of cash-like funds, sort of the ultra-short duration funds that track T-bills. We'll see if that money comes back because cash is super hot right now. I talk to a lot of fixed income people constantly, and their point is that T-bills, I mean, at 4% yields, that is so juicy. You can just sit in T-bills and clip those coupons. So it'll be interesting to see if that money does come back.
All of this and more in the Weekly Fix. This week's titled, "The Fed Isn't the World's Central Bank Anymore." It comes out very early on Friday mornings. Katie Greifeld writes it. Oftentimes you go home on Thursdays and you write it there, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's a little secret. Also, we got Crypto IRL tonight, a brand new episode. Check it out. It's at 8:30 tonight on Bloomberg TV. We focus all on ETFs and the future of them after this route. Let's get to Washington, D.C. now for world and national news. For that, we go to Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is putting the newly passed CHIPS law front and center today in San Diego as he tours a communications company that will benefit from the measure. The $280 billion legislative package is one of his administration's most significant achievements. He says the CHIPS Act will reduce the reliance on overseas. Former President Donald Trump is tentatively planning to announce his wide campaign for the White House during the U.S. midterm election. Bloomberg government the midterms, but eyes are already on 2024.
You've already heard Biden say that he's going to run again. We're expecting this announcement from Trump. Certainly there will be others who will be angling to get into both potential fields. We're just on this never-ending treadmill of elections at this point, and we're about to jump off 2022 and onto 2024.
Bloomberg government's Emily Wilkins, a Donald Trump loyalist, has been acquitted at a federal trial in which he was accused of using his access to the former president to secretly promote the interests of the United Arab Emirates. A jury in Brooklyn deliberated 3 days before finding Tom Barrack not guilty of acting as an unregistered agent of a foreign government. Strong sales have boosted the Powerball jackpot to an estimated $1.6 billion, making it the largest lottery prize in history. The next drawing is tomorrow night, but they've gone 39 drawings so far without a winner. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Thank you so much for that update, Nancy Lyons. Tim Stenivek and Katie Greifeld in for Carol Massar this afternoon. Katie, happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Hey, we got among the most read on the Bloomberg terminal, a story about how China President Xi Jinping has told German Chancellor Olaf Scholz that he opposed the use of nuclear force in Europe, this in his most direct remarks yet, on the need to keep Russia's war in Ukraine from escalating. The two leaders had their first in-person talks on Friday in Beijing, and Xi called on the international community to, quote, reject the threat of nuclear weapons and advocate against a nuclear war to prevent a crisis on the Eurasian continent. This according to the official Xinhua news agency.
And of course, Xi's comments, they sent a clear message to Putin that nuclear threats are a red line for China. That gives Beijing some common ground with Brussels on a conflict that, of course, has strained ties with the bloc. The Chinese leader's declaration of a no-limits friendship with Putin before the invasion, of course, prompted Europe to re-examine the security risks of expanding economic ties with Beijing.
After a meeting in Münster, Germany, foreign ministers of the Group of Seven Nations said on Friday that, quote, Russia's irresponsible nuclear rhetoric is unacceptable, end quote. They added, quote, any use of chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons by Russia would be met with severe consequences. We should know that the Chinese leader also spoke of the joint need to ensure the stability of food and energy supply chains. Both of them have been disrupted by Russian President Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Kremlin officials, including former President Dmitry Medvedev, have warned in recent months about the possible use of tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine as Moscow's faltering war enters its 10th month. Katie, it's pretty surprising to me that we are entering the 10th month of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, given that in the early days, a lot of the observers thought that this was something that would be over very quickly.
And the next few months coming up are so crucial as Europe enters winter and we think about the energy crisis that's ongoing, that's escalating. It's going to be a really difficult time.
Check out this story and more, available on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. A volatile session, but right now stocks are solidly in the green. We've got the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all pushing higher. Traders, though, are weighing mixed jobs numbers. They're awaiting next week's inflation data as they look for more clues as to when the Fed will be able to slow its pace of rate increases. The S&P now up 23 points. That is a gain of about 0.6%. We have got the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 181 points, higher by about 0.6%. And NASDAQ on this Jobs Friday now advancing 33 points, up by 0.3%. The 10-year down 3/32, 10-year yield 4.16%, with the 2-year yielding 4.65%. Big move today for gold, up 3% to $48.79 a barrel, the ounce at $16.78. It is crude that is up 5.1% a barrel to $92.67, up $4.50 on West Texas Intermediate crude. DoorDash shares up 3.6% after reporting revenue that beat estimates. DraftKings shares are plunging as the sports betting company saw its user growth slow in the third quarter. Right now we have got DraftKings lower by 27%. Again, recapping, stocks higher, S&P up 21, a gain there of 0.6. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, in the new issue of Bloomberg Business Week, it's the new economy issue of Business Week magazine. It's available now on newsstands on the Bloomberg terminal and at Bloomberg.com. There's a piece by Tom Orlick. He's chief economist for Bloomberg Economics. It's all about how national security hawks are muscling aside economists when it comes to set policy direction. We got Tom with us on the line right now. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Also joining us is Joel Weber. He is the editor of Bloomberg Business Week. He joins us this afternoon on the Access line. Joel, I want to start with you because, as Tom writes in this piece, there are two different types of policymakers in the world. That's what we have to imagine. Essentially, those who are looking to increase the size of the pie, and then those who are looking for their own share of it. How are we now in this world where it's sort of a zero-sum game rather than a rising tide lifting all boats, at the risk of mixing metaphors here?
There are a few things going on there, but I like the pie part.
Thank you.
So what we kind of talked about with Tom here was something that we wanted to be on the other side of China's recent Communist Party Congress and talk about, because ultimately the story is a U.S.-China one here, and those being sort of the global superpowers that are vying for superiority. And obviously that dynamic is changing and has changed dramatically over the past, even within the past decade. And what Tom, I thought, did a really interesting job pointing out here was the new leadership in China looks dramatically different. And whereas the prevailing, for decades, the prevailing kind of priority on both sides was to expand that pie. And that is just no longer the case. So Tom is a great China watcher, had been, when I first met him, he was actually in Beijing. And so I was really curious to get his perspective on what the recent moves within China look like. And of course, he did an even bigger step back story connecting all those dots. So Tom, talk to us about what stuck out to you in this leadership change in China.
Thanks, Joel. So if we focus on the China piece of it for a moment, the focus has been on Xi Jinping securing a third term as the General Secretary of the Communist Party, and so also China's great leader, China's top leader. Lost in the kind of headlines there was something else really important which was going on, which is the retirement of a whole generation of pro-reform economic policy officials. Li Keqiang, the premier, Yi Gang, and Guo Shuqing at the central bank, Liu He, Xi Jinping's top economic advisor, all heading for retirement, and no one really with the same pro-reform credentials to replace them. So within China, you've got this transition where policy is being set by economists focused on development to policy being set by really Communist Party apparatchiks without that pro-market vision. Now, at the same time, and this is where the kind of step-back US-China perspective that Joel was mentioning comes in, we've seen a changing of the guard in the United States. Back in the 1990s, it was the economists at the Treasury who were calling the shots on US-China policy, saying, yeah, let's be friends, let's expand global markets, let's grow the pie together. Now here in Washington, D.C., there's a strong sense that that was a mistake, that the U.S. was kind of hoodwinked, they were tricked by the Chinese. And so it's no longer the economists who are calling the shots here, it's the national security hawks. And that means within China and on US-China policy, the focus has really shifted away from growing the pie and sharing the pie and towards securing whatever is ours, right? And that's a very different world.
Well, Tom, if we further that metaphor about pies and now we're fighting over slices, or the U.S. and China are, if we take score right now, who do you think is winning?
So look, this is a very, very challenging moment for China. They continue to wrestle with COVID-0, some hopeful signs on social media and in the press in the last few days that maybe the exit from COVID-0 might come a little bit earlier than expected, but still a huge challenge for China there. And of course, they've got all of the problems that come from the massive slump in their real estate sector. Once the biggest driver of growth, now a huge drag. So China right now is in a very stressed position, and that makes the US look relatively strong. But I think if we throw the calendar forward a few years, or maybe even just a few months, I think the relative position might look very different. A China that's exited from COVID-0, a China that's found a bit more stability after its property slump. I think that's going to be a China which looks more formidable again, and we're going to be looking at another assessment of the sort of relative balance of power between Beijing and DC.
Tom, so what about the new leadership that's surrounding Xi? What can we expect from them in regards to policy?
So I think there's been a change on a couple of dimensions, right? So the first dimension, which we already discussed, is the kind of the exit of the pro-reform economists from the leadership. I think that's important. We'll have to see what impact that has. The second is the sort of shift away from a leadership based on collective responsibility and different factions having a voice in the standing committee, to a leadership where Xi Jinping is very much the paramount leader, and he's surrounded by, well, if we're unkind, we'd say his cronies. If we're being kind, we'd say his friends, his allies, and his supporters. Now, the hope there is, well, if you've got someone in charge who's surrounded by people they trust and who makes good decisions, you can get a lot of good stuff done. The risk, of course, is that if there's no one there who can say no to the top leader, if there's no one there offering a divergent point of view, then the risk of significant policy missteps increases.
Hey, Tom, before we let you go, we just have about 40 seconds left here. What does all of this mean for U.S. companies that are trying to do business in China? I mean, Starbucks, Nike, Disney, an organization like the NBA, the list goes on.
So I was actually hoping if we were going to conclude by identifying our favorite types of pie, and mine is cherry.
I'll go with apple.
But for U.S. businesses, I think the challenge remains, right? You've got COVID-0, which just makes it very hard to operate, tough to get executives in and out of the country. You've got mounting hostility between China and the United States, which means the risk of embargoes, the risk of tariffs, other kind of political risks which could upset the kind of corporate dynamic. So hopefully there's better times for China ahead. Hopefully they exit COVID-0. Hopefully they get through their property slump.
Right.
The multinationals operating there.
Tom Morlick,
challenge continues.
We unfortunately have to leave it there. Tom Morlick, chief economist for Bloomberg Economics. Joel Weber also joining us, the editor of Bloomberg Business Week.
Countdown to the close. Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is Countdown to the Close, and we are just 60 minutes left in your trading day, in your trading week. And Caroline Hyde and Taylor Riggs are here, joined by our colleagues, Tim Stenovic. Katie Greifeld is in for Carol Masser. We together welcome across all our audiences.
Almost Ladies' Day.
Almost.
TV,
I'm
radio.
sorry. Do you want me to go? Should I go?
No, we need diversity, Tim. Stay with us.
Okay. All right.
TV,
Thank
radio,
you.
YouTube, and Quick Take, as Tim well knows. We are all here looking at a market that just wants to push higher on an equity front once again, and volumes that are actually pretty heavy on, up 15% on the day.
You know what wants to push higher and what is pushing higher? Can you guess?
Oh, don't tell me crypto is.
No. U.S. listed Chinese stocks. Carol's not here, so I have to go with the Hong Kong Golden Dragon Index. It's actually pushing higher today. Look at this, up close to 8%. We've got individual equities moving higher as well. This happening as there's fresh optimism over an easing of COVID restrictions. Get this, so far this week, if it were to close right now, the Hong Kong Golden Dragon Index, the NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index, would be higher by 16% just for the week. But it's gotten beat up over the past, 16 months, guys?
Yeah, but the fact that even maybe some people are looking for a bargain, we haven't seen that kind of behavior in a while. I did find something that's moving lower today. Let's talk about the Bloomberg Dollar Index. It's off by 1.6%. I was just checking this before we started this simulcast. That's the worst day for the dollar index since March 26, 2020. It is wild. Maybe that's helping stocks get a little bit of a lift here.
Yeah, and I mean, working together in conjunction, the fact that we're seeing the yuan spiking so much higher as China really is the talk of whether or not they'll relax some of those curbs in terms of immigration, in terms of travel within the COVID restrictions. That really has given us a move higher, not only in equities, but certainly a move lower in dollar. Let's have a look at what's happening on the S&P. We're currently up 0.75%. Having been in negative territory when we first started this show at 2 p.m., we're now back up some 27 points, and volumes are up some 15% versus your average. The Dow is up 0.6%. The NASDAQ, even big tech climbs, up 0.4%. And the Russell 2000, healthy 8 points higher. That's 0.4% as well.
It is such a topsy-turvy day that on the individual sector level, hard to know where we stand, except today it actually feels broad-based. Take a look at this. Every sector is actually in the green. And within those that are in the green, you have 65, 70, 80% of the names in those sectors also in the green. Healthcare, of course, the laggard on the day, but it's only off about 0.2%. Take a look at some of the individual movers. We talked about these yesterday, and in this Friday, we wanted to reprise them. Block, formerly known as Square, surging adjusted EBITDA beats estimate, and there is some optimism that the company can weather a slowdown in the economy. To the downside, though, is PayPal. They're cutting their forecast for annual revenue, and analysts concerned that some of the macroeconomic headwinds are weighing on the company's forecast. Coinbase is rallying. Analysts saying that growth in subscription revenue and a narrower loss than expected are reasons for optimism. And Cloudflare, you're off about 20% or so. Company reporting third quarter results. Analysts saying not good enough to justify the stock's high valuation. Technology, again, Caroline, and a focus on valuations.
Certainly is. And also what's in focus, we started off the day on it. The fact that good news was once again good news, then it became bad news, then it's become good news again for the market. But really I think this is the wrong chart, unfortunately. But what we're seeing, I was going to shine a light on non-farm payrolls, 261,000 in terms of addition of jobs. And really what that's speaking to is, what was it, the 7th straight time we have seen a beat in terms of jobs added. Yes, there is some weakness underneath the hood if you're looking at unemployment rates ticking higher. I'm worried about participation from women, from people of color, but there is notably, still, you can't really knock what is 261,000 net jobs added.
Yeah, a much more robust print than many economists expected. U.S. Secretary of Labor Marty Walsh weighed in on this hotter than expected jobs report this morning. Check out what he had to say to Bloomberg TV's Jonathan Farrow.
I think what we're starting to see now is us transition to a slow and steady economy as we move forward here. I mean, we're seeing there's still jobs available out there. We're seeing the wages have gone up a little bit, a little less than last month, but we are seeing gains in those sectors that still are hiring people that need people to work in them.
That was U.S. Labor Secretary Marty Walsh weighing in on that hotter than expected print that we got this morning. I don't know if this is slow and steady at this point, or if this is necessarily what Fed Chair Jay Powell wants to see. A labor market that he's talked about being too hot, continuing to be hotter than expected, Katie.
I was going to say, that's a bold call to say that transition to a slow and steady economy, it's already started. I mean, we're going to get a big piece of that puzzle next week, of course, with U.S. CPI. I don't know, slow and steady, it doesn't quite match up with maybe, again, again, another 8% handle on CPI.
I feel like sometimes we sound like broken records. I ran on over to Mike McKee shortly after that 8:30 print and said, tell me everything that we need to know as he's been covering
What did he say?
that. He said, unfortunately, and this is where the broken record comes in, it's just another data point. To Caroline's point, there were some smaller cracks underneath the surface, but again, are these one-offs? Is there some seasonality in this? Look at the long-term trend line and a huge focus on CPI. Ellen Zentner, Morgan Stanley, one of the clear ones to say that as well. It's just another good data point. We're gathering evidence at this moment. So it's an employment picture that is really important, but again, just one of many that the Fed is looking at.
And indeed, that's what the market's trying to front run, the Federal Reserve at the moment. And I think we've got the chart showing just how we've topped estimates for 7 months. And what is the Federal Reserve to make of this? And what is a market to try and digest what the terminal rate eventually is? Is it ultimately 5%, in excess of 5%? Where do you therefore reallocate? Do you start to get less nervous? Do you take money out of cash? Are you putting it into fixed income, which we've been hearing from Vanguard at the top of our 2 p.m. show, for example? Are you getting into alternative asset classes that we're hearing from Blue Owl? This is really an interesting time to be trying to make money, particularly when inflation still runs so hot.
Or are you going to cash? Cash is so hot right now. I keep saying it.
I think you wrote about that in your weekly fixed newsletter that comes out early on Friday mornings.
4% yield, so juicy. Why wouldn't you just sit there and clip coupons?
Well, hey, one more thing I wanted to say just about the hotter than expected print that we got today is it comes in a week when we got a lot of news about tech layoffs, whether it's layoffs at Stripe, layoffs at Twitter, or Carolina pause of new hires at Amazon, for example. And I posed that question to Amy Hunter Glazer, who's Senior Vice President at Adecco, and she says, workers are still in the driver's seat. And that's not necessarily, that's good for workers, but it's not necessarily great for the overall economy.
Well, Taylor and I have been talking about how, and we've said it, I'm sure, on this show before, tech workers pretty much very easily find a new home, right? They're laid off. Yes, it is deeply sad, and I can only imagine the emotional turbulence going on if you're working within Twitter right now. But you've got a skill set that is probably wanted no matter what industry group you're actually looking at. The issue is when we start to see the blue-collar workers being lost, when we start to see people not wanting to re-enter that workforce.
Wage growth is strong. I think that's all we have to see. You see the numbers, you think who was the power at this moment, at least for now, Tim, with wage numbers that I know on an inflation-adjusted basis, negative, but trying to keep up as much as we can to inflation.
All right, more on inflation next week, and then, of course, more discussion in a little less than an hour, because that is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage, at least for now. Join us for Beyond the Bell, weekdays at the U.S. market close on Bloomberg TV, Bloomberg Radio on YouTube, and on Quick Take. We'll see you in just a few.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
It's Bloomberg Business Week. Tim Stenovic and Katie Greifeld in for Carol Masser, who is on assignment this afternoon. Katie, what do you think?
I think that this could be a really interesting 52 minutes of final trading, because I just feel like in the last half hour over the past few months, things have gotten really wonky. And even today, things are so topsy-turvy. I'm excited to see what comes next. But to Taylor's point, we're looking at a big, broad rally right now. Almost every sector higher. I don't know. It just all feels unintuitive. How do you feel?
Yeah, it does, especially after the earlier moves that we saw today. It feels like, confused is a word that comes to mind. I don't want to say struggling for direction. I just think things are confused right now.
Yeah.
Hey, I do want to say that we are keeping an eye on our camera that is in Washington, D.C., San Diego, because President Biden is set to deliver remarks at an American tech company that will benefit from the passage of the President's Chips and Science Act and more chips being made in America. The president running late at this point, but we will be going live to his comments when he does talk, especially if he does mention today's jobs report.
He's only 25 minutes late.
Yeah, that's true. He was set to go at 2:45 today, but
Yeah. Well, I would love to hear the White House view on the jobs report. Obviously, we got it from Marty Walsh a little bit earlier on Bloomberg Television, but we got to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, we certainly do. Hey, let's get a quick check of the markets as we do get less than an hour into trading today. Taking a look at the S&P 500 higher by, 0.9% right now, Katie. The Dow Jones Industrial Average higher by 0.8%. The NASDAQ higher by close to 0.8%. Let's get to world and national news now. For that, we go to Washington, D.C. and our 99.1 newsroom and Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
You've been talking about it. President Biden is in San Diego touring a communications company that is expected to benefit from his legislative push to bolster American semiconductor manufacturing. He will tout his party's push to boost domestic production and reduce reliance on overseas semiconductors. It's part of his strategy to travel to advance manufacturing sites across the country in hopes of bolstering support for Democrats ahead of the midterms. Bloomberg spoke earlier today with Connecticut Governor Ned Lamont. He says in his state, the infrastructure law is what he's been pushing.
We got 100-year-old bridges and old roads, old rails. So this is a big deal for us. Every president seems to be talking about infrastructure. Biden's the first guy since Ike, as far as I can figure out, to really be serious about it.
Governor Lamont also tells Bloomberg Democrats need to focus on the broad picture. Well, we're getting a better idea now of when former President Trump might announce a run for the White House. We get more from Bloomberg's Amy Morris.
Former President Trump's inner circle is talking about formally launching a presidential campaign on November 14th. The former president has been dropping hints for weeks, including at a rally last night in Iowa. But sources tell Axios those talks have reached a point that allies are blocking off days in their calendars for the week after the midterms and preparing to travel. Polls indicate a good night for Republicans this Tuesday, and the Trump campaign plans to build on that momentum. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Again, we are waiting on President Biden, who is in San Diego. He is expected to talk about semiconductor manufacturing. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Thank you so much for that update, Nancy Lyons. Tim Stanovic and Katie Greifeld. We're live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Katie in for Carol Masser, who's on assignment today. Katie, did you go on Twitter today?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're laughing because it's like the first thing you do.
I'm on Twitter right now.
Hey, come on. We're trying to do a program here.
I can multitask. Go on.
Okay, that's impressive.
What did you see on Twitter today?
I saw a lot of people tweeting about this Joe Weisenthal story
Yeah.
that we're talking about right now. It's a chart that shows going back all the way to 1997, two companies and their stock performance. One of them is a little company called Amazon that has done pretty well over that period of time, the last 18 months notwithstanding. The other one that he compares it to is Monster Beverage, the maker of Monster Energy.
Unbelievable.
It is an unbelievable chart.
Yeah. So, okay, first of all, let's talk about the earnings because Monster Energy, it did report recently, it beat unadjusted earnings by a penny, but still, it was a beat. We haven't seen that many of them this earnings season. We've seen net sales climb 15% year over year. The company was able to outperform margins thanks to improving supply chains, ongoing pricing power. I feel like this isn't a story we talk about enough. I'm glad Joe wrote this because Monster Beverage, it's just crushing it on its margins, crushing it in the stock market. It's not what you would think.
Because people are crushing cans of Monster Beverage.
Do you drink Monster Energy drinks?
I don't drink energy drinks.
Really? Do you drink coffee?
Yeah, I drink
That's
coffee.
an energy drink, I think.
Well, I drink 1 cup of coffee
I'm
a day.
afraid of...
Katie, I used to work at Red Bull.
Yeah, it's true.
In college.
Do you have to put that in a disclaimer?
I had to sign an NDA when I left.
Oh my God,
back.
When does that expire?
I don't know. I should go back and look.
That would be interesting.
End of conversation. I do want to bring in some numbers here, though.
Do it.
Going back to Amazon's IPO back in May of 1997, Amazon stock has rallied in the ballpark of about 100,000%. That's a lot. Not bad, as Joe writes. But on the other hand, during the same time, Monster is up around 333%, which 333,000%, excuse me, which is quite a lot better. As Joe writes, it's been an incredible 25 years for both stocks, but the maker of energy drinks that's proven that it can really thrive across multiple cycles. Check out this story. And of course, the Odd Lots podcast. Go to Bloomberg.com.
events, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We've got stocks rallying with just about 45 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. This update brought to you by SEI Visionary Asset Managers. Find opportunity where others are challenged. Exploit disruption's potential with SEI's global operating platform. Find out how at SEIC.com/IMS. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all rallying with the S&P up now by 1% at the best level of the day. We did have the S&P up by 2%, but right now looking at a gain of 1%. The Dow up 262 points for the Dow. That's a gain of 0.8%. NASDAQ up 83 now, higher by 0.8%. The 10-year down 2/32, 10-year yield 4.15%. The 2-year 4.64%. Bitcoin today is up 3.7%, 20,985 on Bitcoin. Gold up 3.1%, higher by $51 the ounce to $16.80, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 5.1%, $92.61 a barrel. So again, stocks are advancing after the jobs data as the dollar sells off. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Let's talk about crypto right now. You know, it's been about an hour and 20 minutes of this show. We haven't talked about crypto once.
I did say Crypto IRL, our new episode.
That's true.
It's on tonight.
So we got to mention, we didn't get a discussion. We're going to do that now with Mike Belshi. He is Chief Executive Officer of BitGo. He joins us on Zoom from Palo Alto. Mike, it's great to have you with us. For our audience who might not be familiar with BitGo, tell us what you do and also how that's changed over the past few months that we've had in the crypto industry.
Sure, thanks for having me here. So BitGo is one of the veterans of the crypto space. We build a wallet as a service platform and a custodian. We service 100% institutions and generally delivering towards more trust in the digital asset space.
Well, let's talk about custodians because I know you saw the recent news, Mike, about BNY Mellon getting in on holding clients' crypto, which was a really big story just in the last few weeks. Talk to us about competition here. Like, why would somebody choose BitGo over, one of the oldest banks in the country like BNY Mellon?
Well, if it were apples to apples, of course, you would take BNY. Like, first, I and I think everyone in the digital asset and crypto space is excited that BNY is here. So BNY, along with Fidelity, both participating heavily in crypto on a go-forward basis, is a fantastic validator for everything we've been working on for the last 10 years. So I feel very grateful that they're here. Now, if you want to talk about custodians, custodians in the traditional world are a bit of a commodity. They're viewed as very similar, and State Street and BNY and JP Morgan as the three largest custodians of the world are often fairly interchangeable. We live in the world's most dynamic, most innovative software industry ever. And so there's a lot to be done. And while, the traditional guys are starting to figure out how to handle Bitcoin a little bit and then Ethereum, there's a tremendous amount of work to be done with the hundreds of blockchains and tokens and staking services and liquidity and building market structure on top of it, which is where BitGo continues to have great business, and we're really welcoming BNY to be part of the force.
Well, when we talk about the traditional guys, the institutional players that you would be working with, I mean, have you seen a similar drawdown to activity among that subset that we've seen in the broader crypto market? I mean, has that impacted demand at all?
Well, all markets are down. So there's not a crypto winter this time. We've had crypto winters in the past, but what we have right now is a macro winter where all asset types are struggling in different ways. In terms of institutional demand, investor demand, actually it hasn't deteriorated at all. There's definitely a lot of speculation around what's happening in the markets, but the folks that have been participating in Bitcoin and digital assets are just as big of believers now as they were last year. And you saw the Coinbase report today. So sure, they saw a big downturn on their business overall, but retail was much more down than the institutional side.
What do you see institutions doing in the crypto space moving forward? If some of the froth has been wiped out of the industry with the downturn that we've seen this year, what's institutions' role?
Well, institutions, for the most part, aren't participating yet in digital assets. I mean, now at the retail level, we've had significant penetration both in the U.S. and globally, where people have started to hold Bitcoin in particular, but other assets as well. As the institutions come in, it's pretty much all greenfield, and they are responding to their clients that want better products, they want better service, they want to tap into better yields, they want the transparency that comes with Bitcoin, and frankly, I believe the world is still convinced that there is a decoupling that will happen from Bitcoin and the rest of the markets. Now, we haven't seen it yet because the Bitcoin market is very small. But if that decoupling occurs, we're going to see a tremendous boon for digital assets and really proving the thesis behind it.
But Mike, what could potentially cause that decoupling?
I think it's just a matter of time. So what causes it is when we get to a level of volume where we're no longer just kind of a risk asset among many. Why did crypto have such a good year last year? On the backdrop of COVID and monetary policies across the globe that are questionable at best, it's clear that look, the stock market is headed for more rocky times. Last year the bond market was at 0 to negative if you're in Europe. Now, obviously, the bond market is a little bit different right now because of what's going on with the rapid change in monetary policy to deflect inflation. But Bitcoin is really the one asset that's there that's like, look, it's a deflationary currency. It's not an inflationary currency. And you want to correct against bad monetary policy, having Bitcoin in your portfolio, even if it's only 3 to 5%, can have a dramatic impact on what your returns are going to be just a few years down the road.
Hey, Mike, you guys were acquired a little over, wow, it's been almost 2 years, by Galaxy Digital back in May of 2021. We did find earlier this week that Galaxy Digital is exploring eliminating as much as 20% of its workforce against the backdrop of this digital asset market downturn. What are you seeing inside BitGo, though, when it comes to how you're thinking about the economy in 2023 and changes that you've had to make as CEO?
Sure. Just a slight correction. We weren't acquired by Galaxy. There had been an effort to do that, but we called that off this year.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Apologies for the error.
Yeah. But anyway, just to correct there. So BitGo is completely independent. We're the most regulated and compliant, custodian in the space. The wallet as a platform service, still powers 20% of all Bitcoin transactions, and the business is very healthy. In terms of the layoffs, and not talking about Galaxy specifically, but look, you're seeing layoffs across America, across corporate America, right? So we saw it from Stripe, and there's been literally every day another announcement of who's laying off. So it's not surprising at all to see this inside of crypto as well. And when you've got your your revenues tied to asset prices, and asset prices are declining, it makes it a challenging business environment. Now, BitGo was profitable last year, so we've managed, I think, pretty well. We've been through 3 of the crypto winters. This one's a macro winter, but we'll continue to manage it. And look, every business has to figure out how to make both the top line and the bottom line come together.
Well, zooming out and looking at an industry-wide level, as Tim mentioned, I mean, there's been layoffs at crypto companies. We've seen a lot of turnover at the C-suite level at crypto companies. Would you expect to see broadly a wave of consolidation coming to the crypto industry next?
I think it's quite likely. So look, especially on the smaller companies that are out there that are trying to get first, product market fit and then some scale, it's a rough time to do so, especially if you've got limited financing. I would expect that early next year we could see some real consolidation. BitGo could be participating in that. There's a number of adjacent businesses around what we do that we feel we could add into the mix.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that. Like what kind of businesses?
Well, so today, if you look at custody in crypto, the custodians are all different. Unlike traditional custodians, where I mentioned earlier that they're a bit commoditized, in the digital asset space, everybody's got a different product offering. So first off, at the base layer of which coins are you supporting, which layer 2s are you supporting? Do you have staking capabilities? Do you have cold storage capabilities? Can you trade straight out of cold storage? Things like that. These are all varied across the different custodians. So I think right now there's an opportunity to consolidate in the space, kind of fill those gaps and really come out of this recessionary period as a very, very strong custodian.
Well, Mike, let's zoom back in and talk about BitGo. Are you thinking about acquiring or looking to be acquired at this point?
Well, not really looking to be acquired right now. I spent a lot of time on that in the past, and I think right now we just want to go build. And so, absolutely, we're looking around, and we've had a number of companies that have been close to us, and yes, we will be acquisitive when the opportunities present themselves over the next 6 to 9 months.
Hey, Mike, what kind of cash do you guys have to make acquisitions right now?
We don't publicly state our balance sheet, but like I said, we've been profitable since last year. We might have put a fair amount of our treasury into Bitcoin some number of years ago, and that's put us in good stead for the go-forward basis. So we put our money where our mouth is, I guess you could say, and we're in good shape. We're not as big as a Coinbase, but we've got our own benefits.
Well, Coinbase is getting smaller, but Mike, you said that it's time to build. I've heard that a few different times on crypto Twitter specifically. What does that mean in BitGo's context?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, this industry changes super fast. So when we started, it was about what's the technology to secure the asset, and we spent the first 3 years of our existence really solving that problem. We've got multi-sig, we've got MPC capabilities. So we've got a tremendous amount of technology that solves the security problem. Then we grew into compliance and regulatory. We built out trust companies now in 4 different regions. We've got them here in the US, we've got them in Germany, we've got them in Switzerland with more coming. And then on the go-forward basis, the technology continues to evolve. A lot of our clients are now coming from the Fortune 100 corporates. And corporates have not really embraced cryptocurrency per se, but all of a sudden with NFTs and digital property ownership, they're coming and they're saying, hey, can you help us? And it's very much the same conversation that we had in 2016 where there were companies, financial institutions that wanted to participate in cryptocurrencies with private keys. Now we've got corporates coming and saying, hey, can you help us with our digital property, which has got private keys and overlaps with money? So anyway, the time to build, there's DeFi out there, there's Web3 out there. We now have the ability to build amazing smart contracts to take on amazing functionality. It's going to continue to shift and change, and BitGo builds a ton of infrastructure that helps companies that are building.
Mike Belshi, really appreciate you taking the time and joining us this afternoon on Bloomberg Business Week. Mike is CEO of BitGo, joining us this afternoon via Zoom from Palo Alto, California. Let's get on over to Charlie Pellet, because, Charlie, we got exactly a half hour until the market closes.
Indeed, we are looking at stocks advancing. The Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all climbing higher. We await remarks on the jobs report from President Biden. He's in San Diego. We will take you there live in just a couple of minutes. Right now, we have got the Dow pushing higher by 215 points, up by about 0.7%. S&P up 29, a gain of 0.8%. NASDAQ up 65, higher by 0.6%. Traders are weighing mixed jobs numbers as they await next week's inflation data for more clues as to when the Federal Reserve will be able to slow down the pace of rate hikes. Reaction to today's jobs report from Heather Boucher, a member of President Biden's Council of Economic Advisors.
One thing that really popped out for us this month was the large gains in manufacturing. The gains in manufacturing jobs in the United States has been larger than in any previous recovery in decades. We've added over 700,000 manufacturing jobs since the president took office and have over 137 some odd more than we did pre-pandemic.
And again, we've got the S&P up 31, higher by 0.9%. The Dow right now up 238, up 0.7. NASDAQ up 69, a gain there of 0.7%. 10-year yield 4.16%. The 2-year yielding 4.65%. Spot gold up 3.1%, $16.80 the ounce, and a surge today for crude WTI. West Texas Intermediate up 5.1%, $92.63 a barrel. Briefly, some Bed Bath & Beyond suppliers say they are restricting or halting shipments even after the company secured new financing. Bed Bath & Beyond down now by 2.4%. DraftKings shares plunging 27% as the sports betting company saw its user growth slow in the third quarter. And briefly, after earnings, Starbucks shares, they're up now by 8%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really appreciate it. It's Tim Stenovec and Katie Greifeld. It's Bloomberg Business Week, and we're live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. Katie filling in for Carol, who is on assignment. She will be back next week. We've got a great story on the Bloomberg terminal this afternoon. It's all about the transition to clean energy, and there's a surprising place where we're actually seeing green jobs, a proliferation of them. And I say surprising because Georgia is what we're talking about, and it's in the crosshairs right now because of a gubernatorial election and a Senate election as well. But it's also showing how a once deeply red state has gone big on green jobs. We got Brian Eckhouse with us. He's Deputy Team Leader for Power and Climate for Bloomberg News. He joins us via Zoom from Los Angeles this afternoon. Brian, good to have you with us. Hey, why Georgia? I mean, as you write in the piece, there's no mandate for clean energy when it comes to using solar in the state, for example.
Yeah, but they have a lot of things going for them. One, they've got one of the most trafficked airports in the country in Atlanta. They've got a strong rail network. They've got a port. It's a right-to-work state, so you don't have to be mandated to join a union. It also has low electricity prices, and property taxes are lower, property prices are lower. So it makes sense from the point of view of it's a strong logistical hub.
Has this factored into Georgia's politics at all? I mean, I still think of Georgia as a red state. It's unintuitive to think it would be so big on clean tech.
That's a great question. Last year in 2 Senate races, Democrats won both Senate seats. John Ossoff winning and Raphael Warnock winning allowed the Democrats to pass a party line vote for the most landmark climate bill in the history of the country. And that will enable more plants, factories that make solar and batteries and EV equipment in places like Georgia and South Carolina, Tennessee, and Ohio, places with really strong automotive traditions, but may not have a lot of solar panels on roofs or on the ground.
So what is okay, apart from what's happening in Georgia, because you mentioned just now Tennessee, South Carolina, Ohio, other traditionally red states, if it's not necessarily, I mean, okay, apart from, this being a good place for these jobs, is there certain policy that is driving decisions like this, or is this kind of a win of the free market, Brian?
I mean, for Georgia, in many ways, it is a win of the free market. They are advocating to companies that are overseas that want to have factories in the U.S. that, look, if you want to have, cheap land, cheap power, you should come here. Granted, they're offering subsidies, which every state and region tends to do to win jobs. So it's not completely laissez-faire. But that said, it's much more free market driven than other states on the coast that really pushed renewables and clean tech 10 years ago when it wasn't mainstream. Now, in many cases, it is.
And it's just funny, Brian, you highlight in the piece that you have, the Republicans in Georgia taking credit for this. You write that Republican Governor Brian Kemp, he's touted the surge in green jobs. I mean, how big of a talking point has this turned into?
It's a pretty big deal. I mean, they've lured the last, couple of years, the biggest solar factory in the Western Hemisphere. They're bringing in Hyundai. They're bringing in Rivian. SK has a half-mile-long battery factory that an hour northeast of Atlanta. It's a major job creator in the state. Everybody wants credit for it. And in many ways, it's a bipartisan achievement, which you don't see in a lot of states on the coast where it really is viewed as a democratic, progressive initiative.
Brian, in your piece, there was nothing about nuclear, which I found interesting because nuclear power is something that is increasingly, or I should say still a part of Georgia. And Katie and I spoke to a CEO of a crypto firm based in California earlier this month, and he told us that they're actually expanding in Georgia because of the proximity they have to nuclear energy when he can set up Bitcoin miners there. How did you think about nuclear when you approached this piece?
I mean, you're right. I mean, nuclear is a very important part of the energy mix in Georgia. The only new nuclear reactor that's going up in the country is in Georgia. It definitely is part of their story. But the story that I focused on this one was more about creating jobs for manufacturing. And in many ways, because of state-level incentives, the laissez-faire nature of the free market in Georgia, but also the fact that you have, congressional bills that passed under Biden, we're going to see a huge jump in manufacturing for clean tech in the Southeast and in the Midwest.
You're joining us right now from our beautiful Los Angeles office, which is just fantastic and brings me back to memories of me being there, which, by the way, Katie, if you haven't been to the LA office, it's pretty sweet.
I've never been to California.
That's not true.
No, it's not.
I
But
know that's not
I
true.
haven't been to the Los Angeles Bureau. It does
Okay.
look nice. I
It's
see
really
the
nice.
sunlight streaming through the windows.
So, Brian, if you're Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, and you're reading your piece, or listening or watching this interview, what are some takeaways that Gavin Newsom can bring to California for spurring green jobs there?
It's a great question. In many ways, like California is the beacon of clean power, clean tech in the country, but it's more on the installation side. It's putting panels on roofs. It's putting panels on ground in the desert, a couple hours east of San Francisco and a couple hours east of Los Angeles. In many ways, solar panel installations is one of the fastest growing job sectors in the country. But California is very expensive for land. Has very high property taxes. It'll be much harder to attract, new plants for creating parts in California. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It does exist. Obviously, Tesla's got its plant up in the Bay Area. There's some small solar factories that are going up also in the Bay Area, but they're much, much more modest than we're seeing in Georgia and elsewhere in the Southeast and the Midwest.
Okay, speaking of modest, Brian, I just want to end with something that's hopefully optimistic, but I'm worried I'm not going to hear what I want to hear. When you think about the transition to renewables or the race for net zero and what the U.S. is trying to do, when you think about the green jobs that you wrote about in Georgia, is this just a drop in the bucket in that transition?
I mean, it's a very big part of the equation. The U.S. has depended very heavily on Chinese imports or imports from Chinese companies for a very long time. And during COVID, that was a problem because with various bottlenecks of supply chains, it meant things took a while to get here. By having domestic supplies, it makes it easier to put things on the ground faster, and it's part of the whole equation.
Brian Eckhouse is Deputy Team Leader for Power and Climate for Bloomberg News. He joins us via Zoom from our Los Angeles bureau. Check out his story. Georgia shows how a once deeply red state went big on green jobs. From L.A. to Washington, D.C. now into our 99.1 studio, here's Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is at a communications company, Viasat, in Southern California, where he says the recently passed CHIPS Act will make a difference.
It's a groundbreaking law that's going to build the future here in America. Here in America.
Biden says America invented the semiconductor chip and we need to ramp up production so we're less reliant on foreign suppliers. Elon Musk is in the hot seat for planning to eliminate 3,700 jobs at the social media platform. Workers have filed a lawsuit claiming the lack of notice is in violation of federal and California law. Bloomberg's Kurt Wagner has more on Musk's plan to scale down.
This is a part of his strategy to try and get the company into a better financial situation, right? He paid $44 billion for Twitter. They now have these huge debt payments that they're going to have to start paying off, or these interest payments. Part of his plan is let's cut headcount.
Wagner says advertisers have also been leaving the company. Musk today blamed activist groups for pressuring advertisers. He says as a result, the company has seen a massive drop in revenue, even though he says they've done nothing to change content moderation. Top diplomats from the world's major industrialized democracies are rallying around Ukraine and its resistance to Russia's invasion. Secretary of State Antony Blinken again slammed Vladimir Putin for his war.
President Putin seems to have decided that if he can't seize Ukraine by force, he will try to freeze it into submission. This is just the latest crime that President Putin is committing against the people of Ukraine.
Again, Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
Well, you just heard from Nancy Lyons, the latest on world and national news. By the way, Tim Stanovic and Katie Greifeld, and we're live in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York. But Katie, I want to touch on a story that we just heard about from Nancy when it comes to the latest with Twitter and Elon Musk. This is a really interesting tweet that I saw this morning. Okay, so, well, I don't want to describe it as really interesting.
You spend a lot of time on Twitter in the mornings.
Yeah, I didn't see this tweet on Twitter. I saw it in an article, I guess. Oh. Yeah, and it's embedded in this article.
That helps.
Yeah, I just realized that. Okay, Twitter. Here's from Elon Musk, okay, who has been tweeting a lot.
Do you follow him?
I do.
I
Do you?
don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah, but go on. What
But
does
you
the
still
tweet
see
say?
all his tweets.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
they're embedded in the articles.
Yeah, exactly. He writes that Twitter has had a massive drop in revenue due to activist groups pressuring advertisers, even though nothing has changed with content moderation, and we did everything we could to appease the activists. He writes it's extremely messed up. They are trying to destroy free speech in America. These comments come after brands including Audi, Pfizer, and General Mills said they plan to temporarily pause spending on the platform while they wait to see how it evolves under Elon Musk's leadership. What do you make of those comments?
I was actually a little confused. So he's saying that since yesterday they've had a massive drop in revenue, or is he talking?
I think since Thursday.
Since Thursday.
Well, Friday when he bought the company.
Oh, interesting.
Because it hasn't just been those companies. There have been other companies that have stopped advertising on Twitter.
Yeah.
So we mentioned Audi. There have been other car companies, which I think were notable last Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Because think about it. If you're a car company and you're building electric vehicles like your General Motors or your Audi or your Ford, and do you want to give money to the guy who owns your biggest competitor?
Probably not. I mean, the logic that we heard yesterday from Audi, Pfizer, and General Mills that they wanted to temporarily pause spending on the platform while they wait and see how it evolves under Musk's leadership. So wait and see approach. I mean, that's reasonable for most things.
I don't know. People saw a lot over the weekend when Musk himself spread a piece of disinformation from a widely discredited news source and then ended up deleting it in response to Hillary Clinton.
There you go.
All right. This is a story we'll keep following. Check out the latest from Kurt Wagner, Ed Ludlow, Amy Thompson, and more on the Bloomberg Terminal. This is Bloomberg.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Late day rally. We are on track for a losing week, but certainly an up Friday, a jobs Friday with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all staging a rally right now in the final few minutes of trading. Right now, the S&P is up 48 points. That is an advance of 1.3%. We've got the Dow up 390, higher by 1.2%. The NASDAQ Composite Index now up 117 points, up by 1.1%. Stocks are higher. Traders are weighing mixed jobs numbers this morning. A lot to sort through. They're also awaiting next week's inflation data for more clues as to when the Federal Reserve will be able to slow down the pace of rate hikes. The 10-year yield 4.16%, with the 2-year yielding 4.65%. Spot gold is surging 3.1%, up $51 the ounce to $16.80, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 5.1%, $92.65 a barrel. Cannot ignore Bitcoin, up now by 4%, 21,057 on Bitcoin. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. It's 3:48 on Wall Street.
The following is an editorial from Bloomberg Opinion.
This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Editorial Board. The Federal Reserve surprised nobody when it raised its policy rate 75 basis points this week. Attention had already switched to what happens next. Despite Chairman Jerome Powell's efforts to address those questions, his answers leave plenty of doubt. The Fed has a policy framework that's meant to shed light on how it will respond to changing economic conditions. Unfortunately, it's now largely irrelevant. The new framework should look skeptically at forward guidance, restore the goal of heading off inflation before it happens, explicitly state the indicators that guide interest rate decisions, and above all, clarify the appropriate policy response to shocks in supply as opposed to demand. Without a fresh look at these issues, investors will continue to ask the wrong questions and be frustrated by the Fed's unhelpful answers. This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Editorial Board. For more Bloomberg opinion, please go to bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
It is already time for the Drive to the Close. Wow. Katie.
Yeah.
Time flies when you're having
sure
fun.
Does, yeah.
Hey, very pleased right now to be joined once again by Alan Zafran. He's founding partner and co-CEO of IEQ Capital. He joins us once again, this time via Zoom from Foster City, California. So if you're watching us on YouTube or at bloomberg.com/QT, you can see Alan's interview in addition to hearing it. Alan, good to have you back with us. How are you?
Doing great. Tim and Katie, thanks for having me on again.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. Hey, I wanted to start with what we heard from the Fed chair on Wednesday. He was asked about the possibility of still pulling off a soft landing. And he answered that he thought it was still possible, though the path has since narrowed over the last few months. Is it possible to avoid a recession at this point?
It is possible, but it's getting harder and harder to avoid that recession. In effect, we've kind of had a rolling recession, which started at the beginnings of this year, rolling through different sectors of the economy. And so what's happening is you still have an incredibly strong labor market, and it's inevitable that these rate hikes are going to take 6 to 12 months to work their way through the economy. It's going to be difficult to see how it's all going to work out. However, to the extent that investors, individuals, and businesses had strong balance sheets and refinanced themselves long before the rate hike started, coupled with the fact to the degree that some of these jobs are going to hold, we might make our way through this, despite all the pessimism that's out there.
I like that optimism.
Yeah, geez. Maybe
Nice, Alan. We can just leave it there, okay?
Yeah, maybe
Team
it's
soft landing.
not such a pipe dream after all. But I
Well,
am curious.
Can I make one other comment?
I would love for you to
went
do that.
If you went back to that Fed meeting, okay, if you read the statement, it was pretty dovish.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to the press conference, Powell was hawkish. And so you saw a reversal in the market intraday sharply.
I believe, Katie, you called it, what did you call it?
A bait and switch, baby.
I'm going to give you a different answer.
Ooh.
That was the Fed defending its independence and its unwillingness to bend to political pressures. So
Interesting.
if you go back to 2018, President Trump at the time was trying to push the Fed to be more accommodative, and it upset the Fed, and so they pushed back, and in the press conference were more demanding. This time around, I think perception from the Fed is that they're being encouraged by certain politicians to show some semblance of being accommodative, and they want to ensure their mandate is to keep inflation at a moderate, hopeful, eventually 2% annualized level, as well as keeping full employment. And I feel like they were put in a box, and Powell had to defend the credibility. And in fact, I think the Fed has been put in a difficult position and has done quite a good job to maintain the sense it's got independence and credibility. And that alone is enough to calm the markets and prevent a much worse financial outcome. So you get short-term pain, you get the stock market correction, potentially a modest recession, but you avoid the cataclysm of an inflation rate that's out of control, which would cause much greater and much longer term harm. And that's what I think happened on Wednesday.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, at the end of the day, what does a central bank have other than its inflation fighting credibility? We know that the Fed definitely, that's a priority for them. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on when we do eventually get a pivot, and the market has made a run at this trade over and over again, keeps getting their heart broken. But when there is a pivot, do you think that's a bigger bullish catalyst for stocks or for bonds?
No, it's a bigger bullish catalyst, I think, for stocks, because I think it's a signal that they're going to ease up conditions, and stocks are just a higher beta asset class. But I would also make the argument that it's becoming evident the Fed is signaling, despite the hawkish press conference, we're getting closer to the end game of the tightening. And you're seeing that because the bond market's already inverted. And it's telling you it's time to start thinking about extending durations or buying longer term bonds, because long-term bonds are nothing more than the summation of short-term rates over a long time frame. If you buy a 10-year treasury bond, it's like buying 40 3-month treasury bills. If the 3-month treasury bill is tied to a Fed funds rate, if the Fed's eventually going to pivot and lower that rate down, the average over the next 10 years is the Fed funds rate is going to average a lot less than 4.25%. So you have to start thinking the bond market is pretty attractive, and that can happen before the Fed actually does the pivot itself.
Okay, you said the
So
P word
it's
pivot
okay.
a couple times there, Alan. So I got to ask you to, exactly when that's going to happen. You said the Fed's going to pivot eventually. When is that eventually? And also, what is that pivot? Is that just stopping to raise rates, or does that mean that it actually starts to lower rates?
Or pause, just to put in another
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
you have a
you,
nuanced
Katie.
pivot and the real pivot. The one that people care about most is probably the first one, where they signal they're more or less done with rate hikes subject to data. And that's probably happening when inflation data is showing 3 consecutive months of decelerating. What we are fearful of, and if you're bearish, is that the Fed's only going to pivot when the PMIs, the Purchasing Manager Index, which is a broad measure of economic activity, if it were to really plummet, the Fed would have no choice but to do so. And that probably only happens coincidentally with the labor market starting to get out of control. If that were to happen, that's going to probably not happen until the middle of next year, because in this strong labor market, it's going to take time for jobs to meaningfully drive the unemployment rate higher. We're hearing snippets of firings, but we're not nearly at the level yet where the Fed is going to feel that it needs to pivot to equal the mandate on employment with inflation.
I mean, Katie, look at this morning's numbers that we got.
Look at this morning's number. Yeah, not much to argue with. But Alan, before we get to the pivot, maybe we get a mild recession. What do you do in the meantime? What is your highest conviction right now in your portfolio?
Well, let me give it 2 answers. What you do is you stay well diversified. When uncertainty comes, you have to be more diversified, and you also have to elongate the time frame into which to invest, because although you and I on this call even want to find the pivot and the bottom, we can't time it perfectly. So as an example, if you want to be a buyer of high quality stocks, it's a great time to begin to, I'll use the word nibble, but you slowly dollar cost average over a much longer time frame, because you don't know where that bottom is. It might be next week, but it could be 3, 6, or 12 months from now. Highest conviction ideas are twofold. One is short duration.
Looks like we lost Alan. He froze for just a second, but we do unfortunately have to wrap up there anyway.
I'm so sad because I think he was going to say short duration, and that's like catnip for me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Oh, Alan, are you still there? We just lost you for a second.
So if you can see me, I'm saying short-term bonds.
Okay.
Not a bad place in the short. However, I also think for those that can do so, buying secondary investments,
Right.
for those handfuls of people that can buy other people's illiquid positions who are over-leveraged and need to sell, I think it's a fantastic opportunity.
Alan Zafran, founding partner and co-CEO at IEQ Capital on Zoom from Foster City, California. Alan, always great to chat with you. Thanks so much for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week. We are just a couple of minutes away from the close. It's now time to head over to our TV colleagues for our simulcast. It's called Beyond the Bell right here on Bloomberg TV, radio, YouTube, and Quick Take.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market.